That bit I've marked.
You might hear if I put that on. Oh no, that's actually wrong.
Don't get the number
Or
right.
it's not.
I can count.
Have you connected us to the internet? Today. Kent have, or I should say Essex have won the toss and will bat first. So Kent by dint of that have lost the toss and will field first. 3 changes for each side. We'll be running those through those in a few moments' time here on the commentary line, going around on BBC Sport website and app, and also via the club's feed online with the pictures. We'll talk to you very soon. Well, good morning, everybody. To start, a little bit of buzz on the effects microphone, but I hope that won't deter you too much. Welcome, it's BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Essex commentary on Kent against Essex here from Canterbury. And Essex have won the toss, batting first here. 3 changes for each side. In fact, I'll run you through the teams right now. So the Essex side: Nick Brown, Alistair Cook, Tom Wesley, Paul Water, Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, Doug Bracewell, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Ben Allison and Jamie Porter. For Kent, Wes Agar, the Australian, makes his debut. Hamid Kadri also in the side. No Joe Denley, so it's Crawley, Compton, Bell Drummond, Leaning, Cox, Billings, Everson, Stewart, Gilchrist, McCurr and Agar play to get underway very shortly. So, ready for the first ball of the day here at Canterbury. You're joined by Matt Cole and Glenn Speller to start here. Updates coming every half an hour for BBC Radio Kent as well throughout the game. So, please don't be worried. Keep your hands inside the car, no one will get hurt, as I like to say. Wes Agar, his first ball for Kent on his debut, bowls to Nick Brown outside the off stump. First thing I can tell you is it's grey here. The shirt's billowing as well. There is a strong breeze. I think that's coming east-northeasterly, so it's chilly out there for the other players as well. And umpires will be wrapped up warm. Kent started with 3 slips and a gully. And Messrs Cox, Crawley, Leaning, I think Everson at gully as well. As Agar, right arm quick, coming round the wickets to Brown. He left the first one. This one's a little inside part of the bat. We're playing up to mid-on, and there is no run. And the updates will come every half hour on BBC Radio Kent. But welcome wherever you're listening around the world on the BBC Sport website and app, or of course with the pictures. Don't know what I did to say. Commentary with the pictures once again this season. The floodlight pylons were making their way up. I think they might be receding again actually, but it's a little bit grey out there. But light's okay mostly. Agar to bowl to Brown, just deflects out into the offside, and there is no run. And apologies for lack of sound effects right now, but our effects microphone is playing up. I'm going to have a word with it in between overs, and we'll get that back on. But this one's played to the offside. It's runless so far, none for none. Nick Brown has 3. Alistair Cook at the other end. Has 3 balls for a duck. Alistair Cook yet to score himself. So 3 slips gully as a point, mid-on, mid-off. Danny Bell Drummond, hands in pockets at mid-wicket. Got the hand warmers in there, no doubt. As Agar bowls, and it's driven up to mid-on. It squirms out of the grasp of Conor McCurr as he goes to ground there, but no run there as it's just deflected to the man at mid-off. So, said Agar, the 26-year-old Australian. It's played was playing for Australia A in their series in New Zealand. Kent, it's a long saga of them trying to sign an overseas bowler. Had one lined up for a couple of months, and injuries forced them into Plan B, Plan C, Plan D. Drive by Brown into the offside. It stopped it's Everson there at a wide-ish mid-off or extra cover. Ben Compton, I believe, is the man at gully at the moment. So Kent including the spinner Hamid Kadri. Different balance to the side. Kadri coming in. Joe Denley dropped. He's not been in great form so far this season, but we don't know as yet whether that is him just dropping out of the side for the balance of the side or whether there's an injury. We'll find out from the Kent office, I'm hoping, in short order. Agar, last ball of this over. Just clipped into the onside. He starts with a maiden, the Australian. Daniel Bell Drummond Fields at square leg. 3 changes too for Essex in their side. No Dan Lawrence, who has a bit of a groin injury, I gather. A finger injury for Adam Rossington is keeping him out of this game. And also there's no Sam Cook as well. Has an injury niggle coming into this one. So 3 changes for them. But Brown and Cook opening here. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners. We'll see who's going to open from this end. It's going to be Nathan Gilchrist. Just warming up. Gilchrist coming back from an injury himself pre-season. Well, it's better. It's grey and it's chilly, but it's not raining, Stephen. That's the important thing. So it's the first order of the day is to say that Essex have won the toss. The visitors here, they're none for none offer a single over. They won the toss and have elected to bat first. Kent bowling have a debutant in their ranks. Australian Wes Agar making his, well, I won't say long-awaited debut, but Kent have been waiting for an overseas international for a couple of games and have finally signed Agar to come over and join them. He started with the ball, bowled a maiden at 2 starts, and nothing on the board so far. That's a very loose delivery from Nathan Gilchrist, who I was just saying to the listeners here is coming back from a pre-season injury to bowl his first. That goes for 4. That was not a good delivery, very much a loose from him. The other change for Kent, Hamid Kadri coming into the side. No Joe Denley today, an absolute mainstay of this Kent batting lineup, but hasn't started the season well. Not sure if it's an injury or he's just being dropped out for the balance of the side. So it's a 4 for none Essex to start this game. Kent haven't beaten them in 9 previous county championship contests, so they very much like to get one up in the battle of the bridge between these two sides. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So yes, that 4 from a very loose, wide, full toss from Nathan Gilchrist. The next one's pretty much on the money to Alistair Cook. Sir Alistair Cook, sorry. If I get taken to the tower for that kind of thing, I'm not sure. Glenn Speller joins us. Glenn, good morning. Gilchrist coming around the wicket here and bowling to the left-handed Sir Alistair Cook, and that is a dot ball as it's driven up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I think he's quite relaxed, Matt, about it, to be perfectly honest with you.
He's like a very nice man.
I think he's okay about it. I don't think he needs the full moniker every time a ball is bowled to him. Interesting decision from Essex this morning, given their travails with the bat so far this season, to win the toss and to bat, and especially bearing in mind they've had to make a late change with Dan Lawrence picking up a groin injury yesterday.
Yeah, run through the changes. You might be able to elaborate on those, but it's a drive into the offside by Sir Alistair Cook. Finds Everson there, I think, at a wide mid-off, and there is no run. So and 3 players that would very much be mainstays of this side, I guess.
Yeah,
if
so,
they were fit, so
Sam Cook picked up, he's got tightness in his hamstring, which came on in the final day against Lancashire, and obviously they don't want to risk him such short a period of time in between the 2 games.
As Gilchrist bowls round the wicket now to Alistair Cook, drives it, bounces up towards Everson, a wide bit off, and there's no run.
And Adam Rossington picked up a finger injury keeping wicket against Lancashire in their first innings, actually, and a couple of times after, when he was taking the ball, he threw the glove off and wrung his hand, but he managed to keep for the rest of that innings. But then Pepper came in as a replacement in the game to keep wicket, so he's out today as well. And as I say, the late call off from Dan Lawrence, but the Essex top order needs to fire because it hasn't been so far this season.
Gilchrist once again to Cook on a 4th stump line, coming into the left-hander, coming around the wicket. He defends that, and the rest of that over significantly better than Nathan Gilchrist's first ball, which was pretty much a gimme, a buffet ball outside the off-stump, and caressed away for 4 by Alistair Cook. So 4 for none Essex. Wes Agar has bowled his first balls in county cricket. A maiden first up for Kent. Number 8 on his back will come down from the Nackington Road end very shortly. I'm just going to go and change the effects microphone because it's not been playing ball this morning, so it's had its chance.
It's had its chance. You've warned it again and again, and you told it what would happen. Any Faulty Towers fans will know where we're going with that. If you want to get in contact with us this morning, incidentally, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com is one way to do it. I'm sure Matt will advise you of other contact details, as Wes Agar comes in from the Nackington Road end and bowling to Brown, who shoulders arms to that one, and it's through, and there is no run there, with Billings behind the stumps for Kent. So Kent with a defeat and a draw from their opening 2 games, and Essex a win and a draw. But as previously advertised, and Essex listeners will probably agree, but also grow tired of us talking about the fact that this top order of Essex just hasn't really got going so far this season, and Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook are looking for runs. And Cook was out twice to James Anderson in the previous game, and Brown out the once to him as well. As Agar comes in once again, and Brown plays at that one, draws the bat back inside the line, but the ball was already thudding into Billings' gloves, and Brown goes down and does a little bit of guarding. 4 without loss on the BBC Sport website and the app with BBC Essex and BBC Kent.
That sounds like cricket in the background, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the ideal thing. We're just playing a backing track now of cricket.
Warnings were given.
Random cricket noises. Yeah, quite so. Yeah, interesting. Always interesting to see an overseas bowl in the first. I suppose you had that with Doug Bracewell, didn't you? How are they going to acclimatise, getting length and line right, etc.
Here's Agar in towards us and in towards Nick Brown, who just covers up defensively and fielded by the bowler on his follow through, and there's no run again. Bit more blue sky, just beginning to threaten that it's going to appear, but I walked through the door this morning into the commentary box and Matt Cole greeted me with rain around about 3 o'clock, we think, this afternoon. I was like, oh, welcome to Kent, Glenn. Nice to see you.
I could have said hello first, I suppose. That's yeah.
Got somewhere to be after 3 of you?
Oh, I'm just saying that's what the forecast suggested, but yeah, you never know. As the weather forecasters always say, with showers it's very difficult to tell, isn't it?
Of course it is, yeah. 50% chance. Here's Agar now into Brown, yet to get off the mark this morning, and just playing defensively back down the pitch, fielded at mid-on for no run. 4 without loss is the score if you're just joining us, after Essex won the toss and decided to bat. Nigel Long and David Milnes are the umpires today as well. There is so I was walking around the ground, the long walk round the ground, I hasten to add, laden down by various bits of BBC equipment, and there is quite a biting wind blowing across the ground today as well. It is a day for overcoats, and in the members' stand away to our left hand side there's a few woolly hats in evidence as well. As here comes Agar once again into Brown, that's well wide of off stump, and he lets that one go. No sign of any movement either. 4 without loss.
No, I'd agree with no. The bowls have bowled pretty well so far. I mean, it's early on, but I haven't seen anything doing anything outrageous on this pitch, or indeed through the air. But Agar's just sticking to his line just outside the off stump, prying away at Nick Brown,
the younger brother of Ashton Agar,
yeah,
who still dines out on that 98 made for Australia against England.
The night watchman, indeed. So yeah.
To be fair, I think he's done a few other things in his career since then, and his brother wants to do likewise. And he's in with 3 slips, bowling to Brown. That's well wide of off stump. Not wide enough to be signalled, but it is the end of the over, and it is a second successive maiden as well. 4 without loss after Essex won the toss and decided to bat.
Similar tales for these two sides, weren't they? Both had overseas internationals lined up, and then a few days before the season started they both got injured, so Essex moved very quickly obviously for Doug Bracewell. Kent's, I was saying in the run-up, Kent's plans B, C and D, it was a tortured old thing trying to get the right player. Not saying that Wes Agar was necessarily far down the list, but it's just one of those where their best laid plans for the first couple of games of the season didn't work out. But Agar's here now. Gilchrist now bowling to Cook, flicks that into the onside. Daniel Bell-Drummond on the run, his faded Kent cap, sort of brown colour, throws the ball in, and there's no run. Matt Quinn, formerly of Essex of course, just jogging beneath us. He's been rested today after 2 longish stints with the ball. Michael Hogan as well.
Very popular at Essex, Matt Quinn. Didn't quite get the run of games, a couple of injuries that he picked up.
So Gilchrist bowling just outside the off stump. Good shot, that one. Alistair Cook, fullish, and has just, no backlift, driven that through the offside. That is a lovely shot. Also perhaps betrays already these batters are trusting this pitch 8 for none.
Interesting what you say about Kent and the overseas, because Essex had gone for Will Sutherland, and he captained them to the Sheffield Shield final and had this stress fracture to his back. But it was literally within days that Essex then announced Doug Bracewell, almost as though he'd been waiting by the phone for the call. Yet you say Kent went through a number of options.
Well, in terms of Gilchrist outside the off stump, I'm not sure how much I can say, or indeed the depth of knowledge that I have on this, but there were other targets lined up who then turned down the opportunity for various reasons. So, can I put it that way?
You can.
I'm not sure where Wes Agar was in that list, because he was, as I said, playing on that Australia A tour to New Zealand, so he was already gainfully employed in international cricket. So, but they've got him now. Here's Gilchrist to Cook, driving once again. It ends up with Joey Everson, who agonisingly out for 99 as Kent fell about 20 minutes short of forcing a draw at Warwickshire, having been, well, second through the whole contest. I think it's fair to say. You can really begrudge Warwickshire winning that one, because they absolutely dominated it, but one of those things with cricket, they're hanging on with the tail end as Joey Everson didn't make the century either. It's Gilchrist to Cook. That's a better ball, just hurries him up near the thigh pad, and there's no run. Gilchrist hasn't played the first two games either. Kent have had injuries across their seam attack, so it's been a bit of a tortured journey to start the year in terms of seamers for Kent. But Gilchrist, top wicket taker in the championship last year, still only 22. There's got plenty to come from him, I'm sure. So 8 for none, Essex as he bowls. It's a full toss, and actually Cook doesn't really take advantage of it. Has just pushed it gently up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. So the 8 runs, sort of symmetry about this. 2 maidens to start for Agar from the Nakita Road end, and Gilchrist has conceded 4 off each of his first 2 overs, and Alistair Cook has taken 4 off each of those first 2 overs. Nathan Gilchrist, it's 8 for none.
So the major success for Essex this season with the bat has been Matt Critchley, half centuries in both innings against Middlesex, and then pretty much got Essex 12 runs ahead against Lancashire after they'd had a collapse early on the second day, as Wes Agar continues from the Nackington Road end and is in and bowling now to Nick Brown. Yet to get off the mark, Brown, and he plays and misses at that one, and it's through to Billings, and it still remains 8 without loss. So Critchley's been the major success, but as I say, the Essex top order hasn't fired at all, and for my money they're a batter short when you've got Critchley, who has been a success but coming in at 5, and Harmer, who is handy in the lower order, coming in at 7. They just all look one place too high at the moment, but Essex are trusting that it's just the usual early season things. We always know it's no fun for batters at this stage of the season. As here comes Agar once again. Bright sunshine now here in Canterbury. In and bowling, and a little skip in the crease from Brown, but he shoulders arms to that one, and there's no run once again.
Hello to Andrew on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport. He set the bar low for Kent's new bowler. At least Agar can bowl straight, says Andrew. Well, there we go. Yeah, it is a start. You're absolutely right.
He's got all the tools, is what we're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, quite. There we go, Andrew. I don't know if you've got a checklist, Andrew, there. He's listening in Japan, I believe. Mm-hmm. He said the sound quality's good. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've I'm going to take that microphone back to the engineers. It's got nothing to do with me throwing it onto the flat roof beside us.
Here's Agar into Brown once again and again. That one's just offering to move back in, but not before Brown shouldered arms, and it goes through to Billings again for no addition to the score. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to drop us, or drop myself, an email. At BBC Essex Sport on Twitter. It's another way to contact us, wherever you're listening to us from. We did a thing in the first Essex home game of people telling us where they were listening from, and I made the mistake of getting them to send us photographs as well. And not that there was any kind of envy of where people were sending their pictures in from. Someone had got a very nice setup out on their porch, on their balcony in Portugal. Got the big screen up, cocktails were out. Here is Agar into Brown once again. Wide of the crease from Agar. But Brown watches that carefully and shoulders arms and scores his mark, scores his guard again. And there's no run. 8 without loss.
Yeah, I'm so far behind on technology. I've only just worked out how to get those streaming service worked out on the telly.
On the telly, yeah.
And I still My wife's very bored of it. I still act with amazement when it happens. It's just like, you know,
This is brilliant.
all the wonders of the world suddenly in your living room.
It's like when cavemen first saw fire in your house. Isn't it?
Pretty much like that, yeah. Yeah. Man of simple pleasures.
Over the wicket this time from Agar, so looking to slant this one across the left-handed Brown, is in and bowls now wide of off stump, and Brown rocks back on the back foot and cuts that one away in front of square on the offside for 4 runs. The rope is in on the offside away to our left as we look on from the pavilion end, but Brown got all of that and he's off the mark, and it's 12 without loss. All the runs in boundaries this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, I wouldn't say it's a little loose, it's just a great shot, isn't it, from Brown. He's latched onto that. And 12 for none. As far as BBC Radio Kent, at BBC Kent Sport, you probably already know on Twitter. If you prefer to say something longer and more elaborate, or just feel you need more space to insult us, it's kentcricket@gmail.com. I'm joking, of course.
Ball back in hand. Agar in towards us, in towards Brown. That's a better delivery, a lot tighter to the off stump, and Brown's able to let that one go. He'll feel better, Nick Brown. He's off the mark, and Essex are 12 without loss in the sunshine here at Canterbury now, still with that stiff breeze blowing across the ground. Yeah, so lots of opportunities for you to have your say and give us your thoughts. We'll keep up to date with what's going on elsewhere as well. And a reminder to you on the BBC Sport website and the app, if you go to the cricket pages, you've got the live text service there as well, where you'll get all the information flying in from all the other grounds, so you can keep up to date with everything that's going on whilst listening to us. And then across the top of that page, you've got all the commentary tabs as well. So if there's rain here later, you can go off and find some cricket elsewhere. There was one moment last week when basically Essex were the only team playing at that point. We'd got really thick, dark cloud, and it was closing in, but somehow we were playing, and somehow we got a full first day's play. We're not quite sure how that happened in the end, but yeah, we were the only ones to complete that day.
This is Gilchrist over the wicket now to Cook. Drives that into the offside. That's a lovely shot again. Pierces the field. Cover drive for him. Will it go for 4? It has done indeed. Out of my sight, the overhang of the woolly stand just to our right, but Glenn's signalling that obligingly. 12 for Cook, 4 for Brown. Still all the runs coming in boundaries at the moment. Mike just saying, oh, well, maybe Glenn's just been pointing you towards the internet, that maybe there's a problem with the link to this commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. But if there is, as soon as I'm off commentary in a couple of minutes' time, I will I'll have a word. And this is driven back towards the bowler, fielded on his own bowling by Nathan Gilchrist. And there is no run as well. But I hope you're hearing us live and clear through the club's feed right now, as Gilchrist takes the ball back there. 33 wickets last season for him. Top wicket taker. He had problems with injuries as well, and just being nursed through the early part of the season. Drive back past the bowler on the offside. Gilchrist head down as this goes away, and McCurr chases it to the boundary, but it's yet another one. It's 20 for none, and it's all boundaries so far. Alistair Cook has 16, and Nick Brown has 4. No need for running. No,
so there's 5 boundaries, and if you look at 4 of them, it's from the Kent bowlers trying to bowl really full. They've been driven. It was just that one short one that Brown cut away. So Kent trying to bowl as full as possible, give the ball plenty of opportunity to swing or to seam. Elsewhere in Division 1 today, we're underway in all of the games. Nottinghamshire are batting against Middlesex, and they're 13 without loss there.
As Gilchrist bowls, and it's on off stump, defended away by Cook up to mid-off.
Northamptonshire against Hampshire. Hampshire in the early stages of their innings are 12 for 1. And Somerset against Lancashire. Somerset batting 11 for 1. They're underway in Division 2 as well. Down in Wales, Glamorgan against Durham. Durham's batters have started really well this season, and they're 17 without loss. Sussex against Yorkshire. Sussex 29 without loss. And Gloucestershire have made a poor start at Worcester. They're 5 for 2.
It's Gilchrist bowls to Cook. That steer back past the bowler once again. And that's 4 more runs. And that's a 12 off the over from Nathan Gilchrist. It's going a little bit full, but just checked back by Alistair Cook. He's done that twice in this over. Already 12 off 5 balls, 24 for none. And having won the toss and elected to bat first, they won't be too upset with that either.
No, and it's no more from Cook on that occasion than just dropping the bat on the ball, not really even pushing through the line either. So good timing from Alistair Cook.
It's Gilchrist now from the pavilion end Can he strike back here? That's Cook. No, he's clipped that off his pads. It's another beautiful shot through the open spaces on the leg side this time. Conor McCurr is making up ground on it. So for once it won't go for 4, and these two batters are having to run for 3. It's a wayward throw, but that will be 3. The first runs which haven't gone to the boundary. 27 for none off 6 overs. They are racing away to start without taking any real risks, these two batters at all. Just all been fairly procedural and have been pushing the ball to the boundary with regularity. 23 for Cook, 4 for Brown, 27 for none.
Yeah, just to confirm, the commentary link isn't on the front page of the BBC Sport cricket pages at the moment.
Just going to chase that up now, yeah.
So Matt is typing away feverishly in the background. It's a good call through from Nick Brown as well for that 3rd run. He was the man who was running to the danger end, so it was a good call through for him. And first time Essex have taken odd-numbered runs as well this morning, so 27 without loss. They've made a bright start after winning the toss in bright sunshine. Wes Agar is going to continue, and for the first time this morning is bowling to Alistair Cook, and Cook just steps across his stumps and then watches that one go by. And Billings takes 3 changes to this Essex side then, with no Dan Lawrence. Felt a slight groin problem yesterday in training, so Essex electing not to take the risk. Sam Cook, tightness in a hamstring against Lancashire on the final day, so Essex not risking him either. And Adam Rossington picked up that finger injury, keeping wicket in that first innings. As Agar turns at the end of his run and comes in and bowls to Cook with 3 slips, and Cook this time on the back foot, just trying to steer that one away on the onside, but in front of square, and it's stopped, and there's no run. 27 without loss. And Essex having thumped Middlesex in the first game of the season, and credit to Middlesex for taking it a little bit deeper into the final day than maybe many people thought, but probably had the slight worst of it against Lancashire, and a James Anderson inspired Lancashire as well, especially the way Lancashire batted in their second innings. As here comes Agar again into Cook. Oh, and Cook plays from the crease at that one, and it goes past the outside edge. A genuine play and miss there from the former England captain, and it remains 27 without loss. A few oohs and ahs from that Kent slip cordon, but no damage done from an Essex perspective. A few people still wandering in to the ground.
Turning into a nice morning now, isn't it? The sun's out. Said it is chilly, so if you're coming along to the St Lawrence ground, I would wrap up, that's for sure.
As Agar is ready once again. Round the wicket, in and bowling to Cook, and Cook this time does play inside the line and just drags the bat out of the way. Squared up slightly though, and it remains 27 without loss. 23 to Cook and 4 to Brown thus far this morning. In the Kent sunshine, it was very grey and overcast when I pulled into the car park. But as you say, Matt, it might just encourage a few more people to come out today, although don't be fooled, that wind is making it a deal chilly out there as well.
It's the wonders of cricket in April.
Yeah. Look, it's dry.
that's true enough. After last week, I'll take that, certainly.
As here is Agar once again. And just squaring Cook up again, and Cook pushes back to the bowler. A little sprawling stop by Agar on his follow through as well. And there is no run. Certainly no bounce or lift in this wicket is evident so far this morning. The batter's being forced to almost crouch when they're playing, just to make sure they get everything behind and in line with it. Floodlights standing proud here at Canterbury. We did have them in action against Lancashire at Chelmsford on occasion. They come on almost immediately these days. Used to take a while to warm up. Here's Agar into Cook. Cook is driving uppishly, but it's gone past the man at mid-off and runs down to the long-off boundary for 4 runs. It had mid-off interested momentarily, but it was well wide of him in the end, and Cook picks up 4 more, and Essex go to 31 without loss, and Cook up to 27 at the end of that over from Wes Agar.
Just been pointed towards where the commentary is. So if you want to listen on the BBC Sport website now, and you're not doing it at the moment, it's actually, if you go to the live cricket page, the text page, it is actually the well, sort of feature commentary, I suppose. It's the first one on the carousel, I'm told by the Web Times. So there we are. So if it's the default one you go onto on the page, so it's all good.
Ah, that'll be why people have missed it. They've been scanning along on the tabs, desperately looking for it, and lo and behold, there it is, as you say. I mean, why wouldn't we be featured?
Well, you're right, and that should have been my default, shouldn't it? Absolutely, getting star billing.
There's a change of bowling at this pavilion end. And Handley hasn't got a number on the back of his shirt.
It's Conor McCurr. He's on loan from Surrey. It's his second game on loan. He was wearing Grant Stewart's shirts, but that doesn't work so well when Grant Stewart is playing as well. So this is McCurr, though, round the wicket. Green soles to his boots, left outside the off stump by Brown. Regulation, good length delivery round the wicket to the left-hander. McCurr bowled okay for Kent, but his real role was in a very long stand with Joey Everson towards the end of that game against Warwickshire. He was absolutely stoic and solid with the bat, just stonewalling for over after over, but then two quick wickets around about 25 minutes, maybe half an hour left in the whole game, and Kent were beaten by Warwickshire, trying to defend a draw. That one's straight back at the bowler and there's no run.
Here's Dick Davis, a member of the BBC Essex cricket commentary team, who's emailed us, says the Agar brothers' father, John, was a very useful all-rounder for Hadley and Thundersley in the Essex League in the early 1980s, says Dick, in a sunny Leon Sea just across the Thames estuary.
He'd be out there with his, I would imagine, with his deck chair, will he? With the handkerchief on his head, gathered at the corners, dipping his toes in the briny. Here's McCurr. I'm not sure it's a picture anyone wants to think about right now, but it's straight back at the bowler.
Yes, I'm just going to go.
It's idyllic there anyway.
Yes, I'm just going to go and poke out my mind's eye now after you've described that. Thank you to Andrew as well.
I was going with that.
Who's also pointed out on the emails where he says, he said, don't be fooled. He says it is there. It's just because it's the feature commentary. It's not on the purple tabs on the BBC cricket page. It's there. It's the first one there on the left hand side. You look at the top of the page. So the Grumblers also emailed. We'll get to him in a moment.
Hopefully, Mike's found that as well. We tend not to do individual answers to emails because that could take a while, but hopefully, Mike, you have. Here's McCurr driven into the offside, and it's fielded by Joey Everson. It's sort of doubling up as a wide mid-off, an extra cover there. Daniel Bell Drummond comes to help him field that, but Everson has got down to that. As I said, a fine display from him, a 99 when he was last man out in that game against Warwickshire. So a win and a defeat for Kent so far in a strangely topsy-turvy county championship from their point of view. Northamptonshire having been beaten here by Kent, then went and beat Middlesex, who Kent play next, if that makes any sense at all. McCurr driving once again is Brown up to Everson at mid-off, and there's no run, and it's a win and a draw for Essex so far.
Yeah, so they put Middlesex, say to the sword, I was mentioning earlier, Middlesex actually took it deeper, I think, than many people thought they would on the final day, but their batting, I mean, it's been shown up as well in the second match, wasn't it, as well, where they were well beaten. Has had a really poor start to the season, and then Essex probably came off slightly second best against Lancashire, given the way Lancashire batted in their second innings in that game, but eventually fought through for a draw.
McCurr around the wicket now to Brown once more. Last ball of this over, driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Conor McCurr starts with the maiden, the right arm quick from Surrey, who spent the last two games of the season with Kent last year and is on a two-game spell, an initial two-game spell, but as we understand it, that's it. That should elapse after this one, but has done himself no harm with the Kent supporters, certainly for that incredible rearguard action with Joey Everson, although it was in vain, but he'll be hoping to start with the ball rather than the bat. I'm going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners. We're going to sort of do a staggered double change in the commentary box. I've no idea how this is going to work, Glenn, so it should be exciting, at least for us. So Agar coming round the wicket to Cook, and that's up to mid-on. So I'm muscling into this over because of the update. It's a toss to third slip. Leaning takes it. 31 for none. Essex so far. It does. Bright but chilly here, a northeasterly breeze, we're told. And Kent, well, striving for a wicket here because Essex have got off to a really good start. The visitors having won the toss and elected to bat first. 27 for Knight of the Realm, Sir Alistair Cook, and 4 for Nick Brown. Most of those coming in boundaries as well. Nathan Gilchrist was given some treatment early on, coming back from an injury, a pre-season injury, to make his seasonal debut. They've been taken out of the attack very quickly. We're only in the 9th over right now. At the other end, Wes Agar making his debut for Kent, the Australian. None for 8 so far, or 4 and a bit over. So Kent looking for a wicket here, but this does look like a true pitch so far, and Essex certainly making runs, hey, while the sun shines anyway, Steve, one might say metaphorically. 31 for none, Essex so far on the first day of this county championship match. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And a low pull away from Alistair Cook, and that will be 4 runs backward of square. So I think I take the rest of this over, Glenn. If you make way, we'll bring people gradually onto the commentary, our star guests. And no disrespect to you, Glenn, of course, because people know, certainly from Essex, just how brilliant you are at commentary. There we go.
It says here.
It says here, yes.
Thank you.
I get a bonus for that as well, don't I? Mind you, 10% of nothing is still nothing, as they say in the game. Glenn goes off. He'll be doing updates for BBC Essex during the day as well. And as Agar bowls, and it's clipped over the slips, leaning back by Alistair Cook, and that goes away for 4. And crikey, that's consecutive boundaries off the Australian Wes Agar. 39 for none now. And very glad to say I'm joined by Alice Davidson-Richards, just settling herself beside us here. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good this morning. How
Good.
are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much. I'm going to get quickly to what's in front of us because Kent have lost the toss. It's looking like a good one to win for Essex at the moment, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. There hasn't been much happening on the pitch so far. Quite a lot of lovely drives from both batters so far, predominantly Alistair Cook. So Wes Agar comes in, bowls short and wide. And that's another 4 through the covers by Alistair Cook. He's now 39 off 29.
Treated, that one. Consecutive boundaries, 3 of them as well. 43 for none off, well, just a ball shy of 9 overs as well. They're going like an absolute train. And trusting this pitch really early on, it looks like as well. They're prepared to, I won't say swing the bat, but doesn't seem to be doing much in the air off the pitch for the bowlers so far.
No, there was a little bit of nibble early on, but the bounce pretty even. So yeah, you can trust the bounce, put your hands through the ball. And that's one of those where you say, the bowler says, you're welcome. Wes Agar comes in again.
Oh, it's
inside Nick. Alistair Cook is gone. Catch through to Sam Billings. Alistair Cook is removed 39 of 29 balls. Wes Agar has made the breakthrough for Kent.
Yeah, first wicket on his debut. Rudely interrupted, I do apologise. But yeah, that's an inside edge, wasn't it? Going through to the wicket-keeper, coming round the wicket. And we haven't seen much of Wes Agar so far, but that's not a bad way to get underway. But 39, as you say, from 30 balls. That's not, I have to say, Alistair Cook's usual sort of MO, is it? I mean, he's usually very patient, but he's taken the ball as he's seen it today on merits. But gone for 39, 43 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think he's had to do anything too out of the ordinary to get those runs. It's not like he's just decided to go after the bowlers. He's just taken what's been delivered down by the bowlers. But yeah, no, that was a good bit of bowling from Wes Agar there. I'd like to say that he set him up with the short and wide one, but probably not. Nipped in a little bit maybe up the hill. Nice catch from Sam Billings after the inside edge. So we now have the Essex captain, Tom Westley, joining Nick Brown in the middle. And
David Fulton joining you, Alice, on commentary.
So yeah, Essex are 43 for 1 after that breakthrough. That is over by Agar, so we'll have another Conor McCurr over from the pavilion end.
Alice, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I am fine. Good morning, everybody. Chilly day here at Canterbury. Kent needed that wicket, didn't they? Alistair Cook. He's heard about this Bazball stuff and thought, you know what, this looks like fun. I'm going to come out of retirement because tell Brendan and Ben that I'm back and I'm scoring it much quicker than a runner ball.
And this is how I play.
This is how I play these days. Get me back in. It looks it's very infectious, this striking the ball to the boundary. I didn't Never really saw it that way. I was much more of a blocker. But yeah, they needed that wicket on a serious note. Good catch from Sam Billings as well, because inside edge, not that easy from a keeper's perspective. But,
Always tricky because you're not expecting it, are you?
No. So here's Conor McCurr on loan from Surrey. He's outside off stump. And Nick Brown, who's been much more circumspect, as you'd expect from these openers. I suppose when you get to the stage of career that Sir Alistair Cook is at, I don't know if this is his last year or not. He seems to keep going. He's like a fine wine, isn't he? But you might think, well, I've always been this quite dogged opening batsman, class act, but why not kind of free up a bit and have some fun? If I'm going to go out this year, I'll go out with a bang.
Why not? Why should I have to run my runs? Why not I just stand and deliver?
Graft and grind and just like have some fun.
Done enough running. I'm just going to stand and watch it go to the boundary.
Yeah, he did play beautifully while he was out there. So here's McCurr. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Brown. He's driving now. He's got a touch of the Cooks. And this is a glorious shot. It's going to go for 4. So plenty of boundaries on offer this morning. Can a bit of touch full. You can understand why. Trying to get some movement out of this pitch. But that was a quality shot from Brown.
Yeah, no, that was a lovely shot. It was Alistair Cook-esque. Having probably watched most of it from the other end, wishing that he was getting the same balls that Alistair Cook was getting. But yeah, no, Kent aren't getting too much swing on the balls, but with all this wind about, might be quite hard, unless it's going right across the pitch. But
yeah, it's a good point. It's windy, it's cold, it's not really conducive to swing. Let's see if McCurr can do something better. This one is an on drive, not timed, inside half of the bat. Gilchrist does the fielding at mid-on. People think this time of year perfect for bowling, but actually when it gets cold, it's, I always think you're better off batting because it's tough. You see the slip fielders all with their hand warmers and hands in pockets, and just from a body language, it doesn't look like a day that you really want to be out there in the field. But yeah, you bat, you don't have to run too much. You jumper on, stand there and whack it.
yeah, and then you're having to warm up to come into bowl each time. It just takes a bit more out of you than it does in the warm July.
So it's another drive, good looking shot, but it's well intercepted at mid-off and prevents the single.
Yeah, no, it's one at that time of the year that you wish you could take a hot water bottle onto the pitch sometimes. I did question it yesterday when we were playing up at Loughborough. Was it acceptable to take a hot water bottle on? Settled for hand warmers.
Hand warmers and beanies. Have you played in beanies before?
Yeah, we had a pre-season a couple of years ago where it's snowing. One girl had a jacket on underneath a jumper.
Yeah. I think it's acceptable. Shane Warne's Hampshire, years and years ago, similar day to today, maybe even colder. Just they put the beanies on. And that's a better length from McCurr. Brown solidly behind it. Pushes out into the covers. There's no run, so they had the hand warmers and the beanies. And just thought, kind of, why not? There was no objection. The crowd were all wrapped up. They didn't seem to mind. I don't think Lords had any great objection, so it was Warney after all.
The powers that be. Yeah. Warney could do whatever he wanted.
Was like, for Warney wants to put a beanie on.
Therefore, Warney can put a beanie on.
That'll catch on.
Well, I think a couple of those slips have those little snooze hand warmer things, like the pouches.
You see, I draw the line at that. I think a schnood on a cricket field, too much.
Too much?
Yeah. So McCurr is once again on a full length, and Brown pushing it quietly out into the offside. That concludes a decent over for McCurr, 1 boundary from it. Essex has started well, just the loss of Alistair Cook, who played quite beautifully for 39 off 30 balls, caught behind off Wes Agar, and Essex are 47 for 1.
Steady start from Essex here. I think they had a good record here last year. I think Essex beat Kent quite convincingly last year.
Yep.
Set up by solid batting in the opening day, getting a large score, which I think is probably their plan today, having won the toss and decided to bat. Got Wes Agar again, bowling at Tom Wesley for his first ball.
Yeah, right-hander as well. Give him something else to think about. Left-right combination. 3 slips in the gully.
Wes Agar coming in to Tom Wesley. Nice and full and straight at the stumps. Patted towards mid-on, which I think is Joey Everton. But yeah, same field as the left hand. We've got Simon Cook talking to Nathan Gilchrist down at fine leg, giving some pointers. A lot of gesticulating, a lot of pointing. Some shadow batting, some drives, yeah. Trying to get them playing a bit more, a bit fuller. Yeah, we've got Wes Agar coming in again. On the stumps, everyone appealing. From this angle, I think it's going down.
Sliding.
Tom Wesley didn't look worried about it at all.
It didn't look the best shot. In truth, I think it was fairly straight, but here at Canterbury with the slope, if it looks straight, it's probably heading down the leg side, particularly off that length. In other news, I've just got my iPad, which I've lent to my youngest son, 16 years of age. He's been doing quite a lot of work, which is good to see. All these tabs that are open that I'm now closing. Worryingly, the one I opened was Dave Fulton net worth.
Net worth?
Net worth. He wants to see how much his old man's worth. Not a lot is the answer. I can tell him that myself.
Just a dot there from Wes Agar, just patted back a defence's shot from Tom Wesley.
Look at all these tabs he's got open.
Place in the sun.
Yeah, place in the sun. Yeah, he's looking
Trying
around thinking, I'd quite fancy Dad a little place in the sun. I don't blame him at this time of year,
Yeah,
but
no.
we can't afford it, son. Dad's net worth, bugger all.
It's alright. I think if you go on to anyone.
Darren Stevens, there we go. He's been looking at Steve-O.
Steve-O's stats.
Steve-O's stats. Let's see if he's going to pop up at another county. And some emails, right. We'll get rid of all of that. And we'll reload this game.
Wes Agar bowling. Bit short this time on the offside. Nice back foot punch for Tom Wesley through the covers for a 2.
Yeah, Wesley's away. So look, a decent side. Essex, obviously champions in 2017, 2019. We've got a few players who are coming towards the end of their career, you'd think, like Simon Harmer and Alistair Cook. Tom Wesley's been around for a long time, so they've got plenty of experience, some youngsters as well.
It's just a very solid team. It's not changed that much over the years, quite consistent as Wes Agar bowls. Fully straight at the stumps. Lovely clip off the legs by Tom Wesley there, down the hill for 4 runs. Tom Wesley now 6 off 5 balls.
Yeah, really strong in that area. When he played for England, that was a real feature of his run scoring through the leg side.
It is his strength, but it is also his downfall, so we don't mind him.
Yeah, you can look at the stumps from time to time.
Yeah.
Just obviously Doug Bracewell, overseas player, New Zealander. No Sam Cook. That's a big miss for Essex. He's been fantastic last few seasons. I think he's got a tight hamstring, so he's not playing this one. Jamie Porter's been in the wickets.
Wes Agar bowls. Short and wide down the leg side through to Sam Billings. Dot run after the last ball, so Essex are 53 for 1.
Yeah, bit of pace from Agar. Quite like the cut of his jib early on. It's not a quick pitch. It's the weather we've had in February, March in particular, really wet, wasn't it? So you're not expecting it to fly through, but
No, the
big
pitch.
strapping lad, isn't he? And he's bent his back there, and that one whistled through to Billings, albeit down the leg side. So I know they were looking at a few overseas players, Kent, and have been one or two they looked at. There was an injury to one, and another one fell through. So I think to pick up Agar at this stage of the season is a really astute bit of work, because you're going to need your seamers.
Yeah, they're the ones that win you matches.
Yeah. So McKerr is on loan, but not for much longer. He's round the wicket, and this one Nick Brown has nothing to do with. You said, was it 2 games he's on loan for, so very much a kind of stopgap.
Yeah,
signing.
I think just for the 2 games. So first one was Warwickshire last week, and then Essex this week. I think he had a loan at the end of last year as well.
Yeah, I know he impressed people. He looks good. He's another strapping fast bowler, and Surrey have an embarrassment of riches. So look, this is the kind of thing that could be extended if he enjoys his time at Kent. And I always think when you get a lone player, you try and make a good impression on him. Obviously what he'll get here is opportunity, but the fact he's just being loaned would suggest that Surrey have plans down the line for him. This one is back of a length, turned into mid-wicket. Daniel Drummond does the fielding. There's no run.
Yeah, you never know what Surrey's plans are. As you said, they've got an abundance of players, abundance of riches there. So you never quite know what their plans are. But they've had McKerr for quite a while. He's been injured in recent years, so probably he's not had the chances that he would have liked there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for him to come here, show what he can do, and just maybe enjoy being in a different environment, getting a chance to just bowl.
That's what he's doing at the moment. Just bowling. He continues around the wicket, solidly behind it. It's a pretty flat pitch, this. Not much has seamed. It certainly hasn't swung. We're talking about those cold, windy conditions, not conducive to swing bowling. But I think the loan system it's a win for all parties really, because Surrey are getting some work into the legs of one of their young bowlers. They're obviously going to, with the footage and technology available, they're going to be able to monitor every ball he bowls. So he's getting some work at first class level, Division 1, and he's getting cricket under his belt. And Kent have been in need of a seamer, so it's win all round. He's full and driving. It wasn't quite where Nick Brown meant. I think he was trying to hit that wider mid-off, but inside half of the bat, and he'll get 2.
Yeah, I think it's a win-win for each side, for Connor and for Kent. Kent needed him. And just means that you're exposed to different places, different environments. He gets, obviously the oval's quite a nice flat pitch to learn to bowl on, run in, don't have to deal with the slope or anything like that, but challenges that you face with Kent bowling on the slope with the wind and all that sort of stuff just requires a bit of a different skill set, so I think it's great for both parties.
He's around the wicket, and this one is again inside half of the bat. Bill Drummond fielding at wicket. Yeah, the slope and the wind, they're first world problems, Alice, aren't they, really? You know, the flat pitch at the oval, he can come down here, Kent, where he's got to tough it out with this dodgy slope.
It's really tough.
Yeah,
it is really tough.
Yeah,
to be fair, on a windy day like this as a bowler...
Oh, listen to you bowlers. I mean, you're an all-rounder, so you get the best of both.
I get the best of both.
Best of both.
I get to complain when I'm a bowler, and then I get to complain about the bowlers when I'm a batter.
You don't get to complain when you're on this commentary gig, because you'll get short shrift from me, all these bowlers moaning about their workloads. In comes McCurr, this one back of a length and squares Brown up a touch.
There's no moaning about the workloads. I don't mind the workload.
No, I always struck me as someone that likes some hard work.
You get to eat more, you get to have a beer at the end of the day if you do all the hard work, so it's fine by me.
Yeah. But I think the wind is a factor for bowlers. And I think particularly if you're built like Conor McCurr, because he's kind of tall and willowy, isn't he? And
like broad.
Yeah, and I think the wind kind of affects those guys more. One, because they're taller, but we used to have Andrew Hall, the South African, playing for us, and he was world class at bowling into the wind. If the wind was straight down, everyone wanted to bowl with the wind, and he'd go, I'll bowl from that end, and he'd bowl into the wind. He'd shuffle his shoulders up, tuck his neck down, he'd do almost like a kind of Gladstone small look, and he would just run into the wind. He bowled at Edgbaston into a gale force wind. I think he bowled something like 18 overs, took 1 for 20.
Oh my goodness.
And it was...
It is a skill.
He was unbelievable. If there was hard work to be done, he'd do it. All the fancy bowlers from the other end rushing in, bowling the speed of light with the wind. He'd do the hard yards, and bowlers like that are worth their weight in gold.
Wow. I've grown up with Tash Farrant, so I've had to bowl uphill into wind for my whole life, so I'm used to that end. But we've now got Nathan Gilchrist on from the top end. Nice and full on the stumps. Forward defence from Tom Wesley. Change of bowler, so Wes Agard's come off and Gilchrist has come on.
So that interests me about Tash, because I would have thought with her method, with left arm really looking to bend it back, the key factor for the wind would be, particularly with a cross breeze.
If it's going across, she wants it to help her out. No, but if there's a hill and a wind, she'll like to bowl downhill.
Yeah.
As Nathan Gilchrist is now. Tom Wesley driving on the up, a bit of a misfield from... Is it Ben Compton at extra cover? Just died over it a little bit, and that's gone away for 4 up the hill.
It's a cracking shot. He really unleashed that cover drive, and I think Compton is just tucking his hands under his arms. It's not the one you really want bouncing just in front of you on a cold day. But
no, that one would hurt if you got that straight onto the hands.
He'd be a bit disappointed, and that's from a bowling perspective, you really want those reeled in. It's a little bit expensive so far.
Gilchrist has struggled with a bit with his line and length so far. He bowled a couple of full tosses to start off with, but he's had a few overs in his legs with the second 11 so far, so he's not coming off completely fresh from this injury. So coming in again down the hill. Wesley clipping that off his leg just in front of square for another 4, so that is the second 4 of the over so far. Just a bit short and straight.
Yeah, it doesn't quite hit his straps. I mean, he's been a real find, Nathan Gilchrist, and not easy as a bowler when you're coming back from injury. That step up to first class level. You mentioned the second team game. Sometimes you get away with those kind of deliveries against slightly less experienced players, but Tom Wesley really strong in that area, and at the moment he's either a bit straight or a bit too full and wide.
Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist last year was a great find. Played really well for Kent throughout, so maybe it's just case of bowling a bit more. As he comes in, short, missed time pull from Tom Wesley into the leg side.
We get 3.
Yeah, he's going to have to run every single one of these. It's 3 for Tom Wesley now, who's moved on to 17 off 10. 4 balls gone. 11 scored so far from this Nathan Gilchrist over.
Yeah, he's going at 10s at the moment. Just under 10s. 3.4 overs. And he's gone for 34, so not the start that he would have wanted.
No, but maybe a change in fortune for Nathan Gilchrist as he's bowling to Nick Brown this time. Full on the stumps. Lovely forward defence. Back towards the bowler. No run.
Yeah, I know he's only 10 off 37, Brown, but I'm quite old school when it comes to the forward defensive, and I love to see a ball go straight back up the pitch, no falling over, just really balanced, and that's rock-like.
No, I'm firmly there with you. I love a forward defence, and I'll point it out at training if anyone does a great one. As Gilchrist comes in again. Play in miss from Nick Brown, who just swerved his bat out last second.
Might have played a mist and then tried to make it look like he left it.
Look like he left it. Oh no, I didn't actually mean to do that. But yeah, no.
Better ball from Gilchrist.
Yeah,
just needs to hit that spot a bit more often. It gets a pat on the back from Jordan Cox. He sends down his best delivery of the morning.
Yeah, when you're coming back, you're almost trying to find that rhythm, whereas he would have just been bowling all through the warm-up games, pre-season games, the games that have already happened. So the overs that he hasn't bowled so far, probably just searching for it a little bit. That's what it looks like from up here this morning.
Yeah, I think my only other observation with the Kent attack, the triumvirate that we've seen so far, is that they're a little samey, would be my observation. That, you know, McCurr, Gilchrist, Agar, tall, kind of strapping fast bowlers, but they're not a kind of pitch it up and swing. Someone like a Matt Quinn will try and swing the ball a little bit more. Obviously, Darren Stevens used to give something a bit different with lack of pace, and as McCurr is in. So they're three very decent bowlers, but 3 quite similar bowlers. And sometimes, from a batting point of view, that's quite nice because you're getting set the same kind of challenges, and you can adapt, get into a bit of a groove against them. You know, if you had a left armer asking different questions, maybe swing it back in or something like that. And I think as some of the attacks round the traps, that's the case.
Yeah, you get into a nice rhythm when it's all the same bowler. You don't have to worry about changing your setup or think about where you're going to hit the ball or anything like that. If it's samey, you can just bring it from one bowler to the next.
McCurr, right-hander inside. That's a good one. That just held its line down the hill. Wesley plays and misses and quickly goes to pat the errant area on the pitch. But a seam movement at last. This will be a concern for Kent, this start. 66 for 1. They've gone along at a right old clip. I mean, the run rate's 5. They got similarly dealt with at Edgbaston after a good start at Northampton, against Northampton here. So that win on the board is a real positive, but they were properly outplayed last week, and Essex have got off to a bit of a flyer here. So I want to put the brakes on. McCurr, I thought for a minute he'd chip that to extra cover, but that's the old eyes playing up into the ground.
Maybe you need another tab onto the iPad.
Well, I've only got one. I've only got one good working eye, so you know I do what I can with it.
Do what you can. Yeah, no, I think the last few seasons Kent haven't been the best at starting in the county championship. They've always rallied towards the end in September. So the Northants win the other week was a good win for Kent, who have notoriously not started the championship season off that well.
This one was a real attempt. You just saw Wesley for a second twitch as that went past, as like he was going to throw the kitchen sink at it. You don't see too many balls left alone these days, even in the championship, but that was quite wide from McCurr.
I know, but that's the beauty of red ball cricket. You can just chuck out a bet and say that's the plan.
It's a teaser.
That is the plan.
Try and induce the edge. It's context of England's test approach. Kind of loometh large in the county championship. It'd be interesting to see first few games run rates, different batters with England aspirations, how they've gone. As Wesley's on his toes, he punches it out to mid on, no run. Yeah, lots of talk about particularly someone like a Ben Compton. who is quite nuggety and old school in his approach and has been churning out runs last season and started this season really well with an unbeaten 100 in the run chase against Northants. He was amongst the runs in the second innings, 88, as he tried to save the game at Edgbaston. Joey Everson with a 99. How cruel was that? Deserved 100, but is Ben Compton going to start to do things a bit differently in this modern age? That's a drive, and it's a thick edge, and it's flown away down to third man for 4. So McKerr has his hands on his head. Good bit of bowling. That did induce the edge, but 4 to the batter, my favourite shot.
It's perfectly placed edge as a batter. I just think if you middle so many balls and they get smashed straight to a fielder, why do you not deserve one that goes a thick edge through the fielders, over the top for 4?
Look in the book was what I used to say. It's just you can get a 100 off the glove over gully for all I care. Just put it. It's gone. It's history. It's 4 runs. Move on.
Well, as I'm running past the bowler, I just go, "Ooh, perfectly placed."
I could imagine you doing that.
I did it yesterday.
You wind people on the opposition up. Nothing wrong with that.
I try not to. I'm one of those players, despite a bit liking to chat a lot, I quite like just going into my own little bubble. And then later on I'll chat a bit more, but at the start, very much in my bubble. Gilchrist bowling on the hip of Nick Brown, who's clipped it round the corner, chase up the hill, being picked up by fine leg, just for a 2 this time. Yeah, and I'm one of those that likes to stay in my little bubble. You can chat, I might smile, or if you give me anything, I'll just smile away, but just in my own little bubble. And then later on, I'll just start chit-chatting away. So Nathan Gilchrist comes in again for the second ball of the over. On the stumps, lovely forward defence by Nick Brown, who then takes his guard again, goes up towards the middle of the pitch, pats it down again. Yeah, I think that's one of the downside of women's cricket is that we don't get to play red ball that often. So there's a lot of 50 over, a lot of 20 over.
Yep.
So if people ask about sledging or anything, that sort of stuff, there's just not enough time. Gilchrist comes in again, outside off stump, tempting the drive from Nick Brown, who does not go for it this time. So a dot off that ball.
Yeah, it's true. If the game's moving on at a pace, you don't really need to say anything, do you? It's just when sometimes you need the odd bit of verbal jousting if a player looks like they're bedding in for the day.
Yes.
Short form cricket, you don't have to worry too much about that. You can
No.
focus on your own game and getting your skills right.
Gilchrist comes in. Lovely ball, that one. Just short of length. Left on length by Nick Brown. Going through to Sam Billings for a dot ball. Yeah, you can't say much whilst you're trying to run long on or something like that as you're running past the batter.
So just looking at what's to come for Essex. Paul Walter down to come in at number 4. Matt Critchley, who's started the season well with runs. Michael Pepper. And the overseas Doug Bracewell, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Ben Ellison and Jamie Porter.
Left alone again by Nick Brown. Much better over here by Nathan Gilchrist. We've got the 4 dots so far, just the 2 off the first ball of the over so far. A lot more control this over, so off the last ball of the over we have lovely forward defence by Nick Brown, and that is just 2 off the over, so Essex are 72 for 1. Got Matt joining me again.
Things are moving pretty quickly, aren't they? Certainly with the back, Kent just taking the 1 wicket, but I'm not sure if you've mentioned Brendan McCullum yet this morning. I think you did in response to Alistair Cook thrashing around for 39.
Yeah, Alistair Cook playing baseball.
But yeah, what are you making of this pitch? I mean, Tom Westley has hit some lovely shots as well. He's gone 21 from 16. He's almost on a one-day innings at this point.
Yeah, from a batting point of view, I think it's one of those ones where you don't have to get too far ahead of yourself. Like, there isn't too much happening with the ball so far.
It's McKerr bowling then to Westley. Rolls the wrists over that. It's a lovely looking shot as well. Hit with a flourish through mid-wicket. And it's beaten Ben Compton, I think, there. And it's gone through. Yeah, it has indeed for 4 runs. So 25 of 17 for the Essex captain. And obviously playing each ball on its merits, but it doesn't seem like it's doing very much for the bowlers here. It's not very April, I'm going to say.
It's not very April. No, I think he clipped that off middle stump, and if you've got the confidence at this time of the year or confidence in the pitch that it's not going to nibble and to whip that through for a lovely shot off middle stump, then...
As McKerr bowls to him once again. That's a better delivery just outside the off stump. He's played at that and played inside through to the wicketkeeper. Again, it's not deviated much, if anything at all. 76 for 1.
No, potentially just held its line a little bit, but yeah, as a batter you just got to try and not get too carried away with yourself.
Not get too excited.
Yeah, because you... well, that's sometimes the challenge, is that you end up seeing the ball so well that you're trying to not play it too often.
Yeah. And obviously, thinking ahead too far when you're batting is a dangerous thing anyway, I guess, isn't it? You're not thinking there's 50 here, there's 100 here, or whatever. That's another great shot off his pads this time from Wesley, and that's 4 runs fuller this time from Conor McKerr on leg and middle, and he's absolutely dispatched that. 4 runs, really 8 off the over, 80 for 1 in the 15th over. They are rattling along. Here comes that update for BBC Radio Kent listeners on the radio, as the name of BBC Radio in Kent implies. Yeah, and Essex rattling along here, Steve. They won the toss and elected to bat first at Canterbury. Looks like a good decision so far. 80 for 1 they are off just 15 overs. This is sort of one-day cup form for the batters in this county championship match so far. Tom Wesley has 29 off 19 balls. The Essex captain, Nick Brown, 12 from 44. Much more circumspect. And earlier we saw former England captain Alistair Cook, the one man to go, but he made a run of ball 39, the one man to go so far, to debutant Wes Agar, who the Australian quick bowler, making his first appearance for Kent after flying over last week. So Kent could do with a wicket or 2 or 3 maybe in this first session, but Essex are enjoying themselves on what looks like a true pitch for batting so far. Not much in it for the bowlers, and they're certainly taking advantage as we commentate right now. Good ball from Conor McKerr through to the wicketkeeper. Commentary continuing with Essex 80 for 1 here at Canterbury via the BBC Sport website and app. You get maybe a little bit of nibble there. Conor McKerr, don't know. Is there a bit of shape there? Certainly a play and a miss by Wesley at the far end.
Yeah, a little bit shaped down with the slope. I don't think anything too crazy, but as a bowler you need it to move just enough, not too much. So yeah, no, good bowling from McKerr there. I don't think he's gone for a couple of boundaries this over, but he's bowled pretty well.
Once again to Wesley, defends this one off stump, and that's the end of the over. 80 for 1. Essex. We certainly saw in the first game against Northamptonshire, and that's, as you say, is exactly what the bowlers wanted. It was doing just enough to make it difficult. The pitch flattened out towards the end of the 4 days, but I think all the batters were saying, you kind of feel there's a ball with your name on it. You're never quite in, but this pitch does not look the same, I have to say.
This pitch,
all the conditions.
Well, with the rain so far, is that the pitches have actually been quite damp underneath. So the top bit of the surface has actually been quite hard, so it's felt quite hard. And then underneath it's just been damp and a bit dead. Gilchrist comes in. Nice full and straight, so lovely forward defence from Nick Brown again, being very patient. 12 off 45 so far. Currently the person that's kind of holding the batting together is Alistair Cook's John Bazball, and Tom Wesley's going at 130, at a strike rate of 130 so far. Gilchrist coming in for a second ball of the over. Again, a little bit shorter this time, patted to point by Nick Brown. Not much movement off the surface. But yeah, so with the rain, it's been quite damp underneath, so it must have been quite pleasing to see Wes Agar starting off by getting the ball through nice and high to Sam Billings. Conor McKerr getting it to come through that over. So yeah, hopefully the pitch is drying out a bit underneath, and then you get a bit more pace in the pitch as Gilchrist comes in. Left alone by Nick Brown. Looks like Nathan Gilchrist is getting into a bit more rhythm just the more he bowls. Hopefully he'll keep getting better as the match goes on.
Yeah, he struggled a bit during pre-season, I think. They were just saying, talking about niggles as he came in, Nathan Gilchrist. Obviously it's a long season, there are a lot of games in the first couple of months, aren't they? They want to
Yeah,
make sure he's absolutely fit before he starts.
Again, for defence on the 4th ball of the over. Dot again. Yeah, you don't want to... If somebody's 50-50 and they're a fast bowler, and if you haven't got too many fast bowlers in your squad, you don't want to waste them on a game for the off chance that they actually manage to get through, rather than the fact that they could be out for a couple of months after. It's just for risking that. Also just depends on the type of injury, I guess. Gilchrist bowling. Nick Brown playing a little bit of an uppish drive, but landing well short of mid-off. 5 dots so far of the over. Can he join them up? Nick Brown's being incredibly patient.
Yes, in contrast to the other two partners he's had so far, he really has, hasn't he?
And another dot, a lovely maiden by Nathan Gilchrist. Essex are 80 for 1 off that over. Yeah, Nick Brown's almost the one that's gone, don't worry, I'll just be here, I'll just chill out whilst you guys go have some fun and take all the fours. I'll just pat them back and sit on my bat at the other end.
He's playing the Ben Compton role as Ben Compton does for Kent, I suppose. He's been prolific in the first couple of games, but
Yeah,
playing just that role.
Yeah, the last game was the only game that he hasn't scored 100 in.
Yeah, that's true. for a while.
Which is nuts.
Yeah, just got the 88 in the second innings, so...
Yeah, only 88, it's not that
bit of a
many.
disappointment for Ben.
Yeah, not that many.
So McCurr continuing from this pavilion end, bowling to Wesley, drives that, but inside part of the bat, little of a scuff up to mid-on. There's no run, 80 for 1. Essex, just seen a press release talking about the women's domestic season. Apparently, where are we? Captain's survey. They've been asked 11 questions.
Have they?
But you guys are going to win the Charlotte Edwards Cup, apparently. So.
Oh, brilliant!
I don't know if you still need to turn up. I guess you probably will.
I
have to go, but you're going.
Do we have to turn up? We've been told we're going to win.
So McCurr outside the off stump. This is what the captains say. Yeah, one of them went for you to win the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy as well. So there we go.
Oh, dream!
Yeah.
Like another couple of votes in that one.
So your schedule's busier this summer even than last summer, is that right? I think from a
yeah. So we've got
point of
double the amount of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, which is the 50 over tournament. So we've got double the amount of games. Starts this weekend. So South East Stars. We're on a coach tomorrow at 9 AM from Beckenham all the way up to Old Trafford.
McCurr to Wesley. They'll take a quick single up to mid-on. Actually, doesn't need to be that quick. In the end, Joey Everson having to come round from mid-on and field around about mid-wicket. Single taken 81 for 1. And that's your season opener, is it?
Yeah, we've had a few warm-up games
Yeah.
so far. We went on a really cool pre-season to Desert Springs, which is in Spain, so it's quite nice to go somewhere warm. But yeah, no, the first one's 5-hour coach journey up to Old Trafford, which should be fun.
Get to know your teammates, I suppose, do you? Or are you a sleeper or a...
It really depends on my mood.
Right.
But yeah, could be a bit of film watching, could be a bit grand signs.
Round the wicket to Brown, left outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yeah, all the cool kids go to the back.
Is that right?
Sometimes play games and all that sort of stuff. All the other people go towards the front. I just tend to sleep in the aisle.
When I've noticed this about cricketers. Is that as the coach leaves Beckenham? Or do you leave
I'll leave it a little bit. I'll socialise and then I'll be like, guys, okay, I'm going off to sleep, and then I just cozy on up in the aisle, hope for the best. You've got to wrap your leg round so that you don't slide down through the window at the front.
I hadn't thought about that. There's tactics to that. Well, just health and safety, I suppose. But ball's turned into the onside with the angle as McCurr's coming around the wicket to Brown, the left-hander, 12. He has so far.
Yeah, I think I had one journey, I think it was last year or the year before, where I fell asleep. We were leaving, so we're getting the coach from Beckenham. I fell asleep in London. Decided to drive through the centre of London. I woke up in Birmingham. I was like, I have absolutely nailed that.
That's a good work.
What a day.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get used to all the long coach journeys with cricket. You get used to working out ways of how to entertain yourself.
So McCurr to Brown, driven up to mid-on. And there is no runners. Grant Stewart fields. He's not bowled so far today, is he, Grant Stewart? I don't think. Rotation with the other. Different balance of the Kent side. No Joe Denley in there. No, Glenn was talking about thinking with no Dan Lawrence that perhaps this this Essex side is everyone's. He was suggesting just a place perhaps higher than they should be in the lower order, or than they would naturally be, I should say. Because no Adam Rossington either. So looks like Michael Pepper will bat at 6, for instance. Matt Critchley at 4 in place of Dan Lawrence, who's injured. So be interesting from both these sides, and a spinner in the side for Kent as well, Hamid Kadri, which I'm not denigrating his skills, but at April
April's
spin
a
side
bit
is a
early.
rarity. Yeah.
It's a bit early, but he's been playing in 11 Benham versus Surrey, where I think we should have a couple of wickets. As Nathan comes in short on the off dump, put drive by on Wesley, but then not get past mid off.
So just going back to the women's game, what are your expectations this season with the Stars? I mean, you want to win everything, obviously, is the idea, but
Yes, Gilchrist bowls the ball. Tom Wesley played another lovely shot off his legs, but they've got back deep square leg this time, so it's only the 1 run. So yeah, DBD's on the boundary at square leg. What do I expect? Yeah, we have team talks about this, and we always talk about what you want. And you're there going, well, of course we want to win, but is it obvious to say that we want to win? So yeah, you obviously you go into season aiming for both. I'll take 1 trophy, but I'd love both. So yeah, I'll take the Charlotte Edwards, but I'd love to get the Rachel Hayhoes. Nathan Gilchrist plays short ball. Nick Brown tries to pull it, but completely mistimes the ball towards mid-off. No run. Yeah, it's hectic. It's going to be a bit of a mad one this summer, I think, especially with the Ashes coming up. So South East Stars are lucky to have quite a few England players. You've got Sophia Dunkley, Alice Capsey, Freya Davies, Bryony Smith's in with a shout. Nathan Gilchrist bowling just in that channel outside off stump, left well alone by Nick Brown. So yeah, there's a lot of people in contention. So it'll be busy having players here, there, everywhere. So yeah, I think it'll be quite a successful summer for the South East Stars. Busy but successful.
And
excited to see how it goes.
And for you personally, obviously, England recognition again, hopefully.
Hopefully, you can only do your best and hope.
Yeah.
I think try not look too far ahead. Gilchrist comes in. Nick Brown plays a drive, completely mistiming it towards mid-off again. No run. Now 12 off 56 balls. Yeah, obviously it'll be nice, especially with the Ashes. It'd be fantastic to be in and around the Test squad for the Ashes. Hopefully the ODIs, but again, you just never know. So it's Gilchrist comes in, bowls it in that channel outside off stump, left well alone by Nick Brown. That's a lovely over from Nathan Gilchrist, just the 1 off it.
It's like Matt Quinn coming on for
Zach
Crawley. Yeah, I was going to say he's well wrapped up, Zach Crawley, isn't he?
Yeah, just fancies going inside, warm himself up from the slips for a moment. From all this breeze.
Saying in the Warwickshire game, he's got a hand warmer roll, isn't he? Did you use those at all? So it's just a little.
No, but I think if I played
Jamie
red ball
Henderson.
cricket more, I would probably
Right.
invest.
Yeah.
I did contemplate using the hot water bottle yesterday, as I'm currently sat here with hand warmers as well. So in the commentary box, and I still got hand warmers.
Yeah, we've got the heating on, but yeah, we have to have the windows open as well to get the atmosphere. But yeah, not surprised by that. But yeah, I think Jordan Cox has got one of those as well. You can see it first slit now. Just so it's like having a sort of spare pair of pockets, isn't it?
Yeah.
In front of you there, just a little hand.
I think one of the essentials for like a season starter essential pack is a Costco. You may go to other places. Costco size bag of hand warmers.
Right. You go early on those. Do you have to stock up?
Yeah, I think
Sure.
I've got about 100.
Okay. You'll be all right.
Just in the back of my car so I can hand them out to people when they need them.
Could say it's your entire luggage or in the car.
Never
God,
leave the
yeah.
house without a hand warmer in April for cricket.
So Everson bowling to Wesley now. That's floating delivery to Starr. He's jammed the bat on that, Wesley. I think it's bump ball straight through to the wicketkeeper. Sounded like it hit bat anyway. There's a shout from the slips, but the bowler's not interested. it's a telltale sign, isn't it? Everson will be all over that if he thought that was called.
Yes, he would be. And there's also nothing wrong with a lovely accidental Yorker just to start off with. Nobody's expecting it, not even you, the bowler. So yeah, no, sometimes perfect delivery to bowl.
That's why we love having professional cricketers in the box. I'm like, that's a great ball to start with. It's the accidental Yorker, says Alice. It's a good length delivery. This one, it's left alone outside the off stump by Wesley through the wicket keeper.
Yeah, you can spot them from a mile off, because when you see the bowler giving a look as they're walking back to their mark, and then you got to them and say it was an accidental, you're like, yeah. So you just give them a bit of a chirp, being like, well placed Yorker, good bowling.
Yeah, absolutely take credit for it.
Yep.
82 for 1. Joey Everson with the ball now. 4 wickets and the second wicket against Northamptonshire. Is that an edge? Everson went belatedly for that one. There was a shout, I think, from one of the slips first, and it sort of spread like, well, a slow-moving fire, I would say.
Yeah, Everson not that interested. The
No.
slip's very interested.
So, decent start, though, to his bowling here. 82 for 1. It doesn't look like Stewart's just warming up the hamstrings and calves at mid-on, so we may see him before long, perhaps to replace Nathan Gilchrist at the far end. That's played late round his front pad. Full-length delivery. Wesley takes a single into the onside. It's fielded, I think, by Ben Compton out there at square leg. We're talking to Grace Ballinger at the Warwickshire game. She was saying how enthusiastic she is, particularly about playing more red ball cricket, and I don't know if that's throughout the women's game. If that's you're not going to talk for everyone, but obviously with your experience of Test cricket, I'm sure you'd love to play more red ball cricket yourself, wouldn't you? Domestically as well.
I'd love to play a bit more red ball cricket. I think there's nothing wrong with the full defence, nothing wrong with the leave every so often. I just think it's quite important to be able to develop your skills in red ball and for a period of time.
As Everson bowls outside the off stump, going around the wicket to Brown, no run.
I think that gets talked about so much in 50 over cricket so much is partnerships, holding your skills for longer, because we play so much 20-20, which is incredible, and you get so many skills. Like as a bowler, you get back of the hands, cutters and all that sort of stuff. Same with spinners, and like with batters, striking of the ball is so important. And then in 50 over, you talk about like partnerships.
It's Everson to Brown, forward defensive up to mid-on.
Yeah, and just holding your skill for longer. Whereas in the men's game, you go from red ball to the shorter stuff. Whereas in the women's game, you go shorter stuff to longer stuff.
Right.
So all of the men's cricket skills are based in red ball cricket, and then they transfer that over to the white ball, and then can transfer the skills. I know Darren Stevens recently talked to me about the white ball stuff, then going back into the red ball, how to tee somebody up and the skills that you use in white ball. I just think it's important to be able to develop your game that way, learn it more, what works for you, what doesn't work for you. And as a bowler, it's really important just be able to bowl your best ball for a really long time and then change it up when you need to. Yeah, no, I think it has real value. Whether some of the women's players want to play it or not, I know some of my teammates at the Stars definitely don't.
Right.
Because they very much like to. I think that'd be great, because I think that they'll just stand and smash the ball towards the boundary. But I don't think they've got the patience for it.
Right, fair enough.
Nathan Gilchrist bowls on Tom Wesley's hip again, but with square leg out. That's only a single there now. This time we've got 2 slips and a gully.
I suppose the recent evolution of the women's game has been white ball and then playing some Test cricket, hasn't it? I suppose, and not playing red ball cricket domestically. Whereas the men's game, I suppose, over its long evolution, the opposite has happened, hasn't it? It's red ball has been the staple and then moved into the other forms.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's Gilchrist bowls. Nick Brown playing a drive, but again not reaching past Matt Quinn at mid-off. Yeah, and I think women are definitely keen to play more of the 2-day stuff. We meant to have a 2-day game last week, so we now do a North versus South in the pre-season, which got unfortunately rained off, which would have been very fun. So we had a 60 over mishmash of a 50 over, but also played with a red ball, which is quite fun because you can just set ridiculous fields, which I think a lot of the girls enjoys. Nathan Gilchrist bowls bit short this time as Nick Brown clips it into the leg side in front of square for 2 runs. 3 off the over so far. But yeah, I think the last few test matches for the England women in particular, obviously we had the South Africa one last summer, which ended in a draw. If rain didn't interrupt, could have been quite an interesting finish. And then the Ashes test matches, but test match in Canberra before that was like an incredible test match down to the last over. I was there with England A, and we'd gone over there, and a couple of the girls are football fans who were coming up with some great chants for us to sing from the stands. Gilchrist plows a short one, left alone by Nick Brown. Doesn't fancy taking on the short ball just yet. So yeah, I think with an Ashes test this summer, I think there's a lot of room for it. But as you said, a lot of the money and the politics and all the stuff that makes the business side of things go round comes from the white ball stuff. Gilchrist balls on Nick Brown's hip, clips it towards square leg for another single. Looks like runs are flowing a little bit easier for Nick Brown at the moment, who's still only on 15 off 63, which is absolutely fine, but when you compare it to Wesley 33 off 32, and then Alistair Cook getting a quick few at the start.
Yeah, who'd have thought Alistair Cook would be warming up not only for Brendan McCullum's England, but for the T20 blast on 100 already.
He's ready for May.
Just trying to, yeah.
Gilchrist bowls on the stumps, big edge from Tom Wesley through the covers for 4. Definitely didn't mean for that ball to go that way. I think he was planning on it going through mid-wicket as it normally does, but thick outside edge towards the cover region. So Essex are now 91 for 1.
As you say, just squared him up a little bit, didn't it, that one?
Yeah, the ball's doing a little bit, not enough. But Everson got quite a lot of movement that last over, so we'll see if he makes a breakthrough after this solid start from Essex this morning.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, Essex 91 for 1. The one man to go was Alistair Cook this morning for 39, the 9th over of the piece. That was at 43 for 1. And yeah, 39 from 30 balls. Yes, Alistair Cook, yeah, you're absolutely right. 91 for 1. Joey Everson's just moving his field around. I think it's Hamid Kadri. He's moved him, what, a couple of degrees around the clock face there? Not very far. At long leg, round the wicket, and defended by Nick Brown off the off stump. And pleasant sunshine this morning. We have to emphasise it's pretty chilly out there. I got here this morning and had a chat to the stewards on the gate, and they were already freezing and wearing every piece of clothing they owned at that point. Because you don't get much sun behind this big stand, do you? So I feel for them.
No, you don't, but you do have a few people in the stands.
Yeah, absolutely. A few people in the open air as well, and in front of the Freeman House flats right now. Through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 91 for 1. Bit of a play, gentle play at that from Nick Brown there. I think Joey Everson started pretty well with the ball so far.
I think he started really well. I think his length has been pretty good so far. I think that's been the key to it. He's had a bit of movement off the pitch, but the length meant that the batters are always trying to have to go at the ball. And then, yeah, that one just held up the hill a bit. But yeah, I think he's started off really well so far.
Bells now once again to Nick Brown, and that's full length, well, almost a full toss. Overpitched, I would say, driven through extra cover for 4 runs. The partnership at 52. Wesley's got 37 of those, and as Alice was pointing out, Alice Davidson Richards joining us today. Nick Brown on 15 has been a little bit more conservative so far.
Yeah, I'll take those runs off his bowling. Sorry about that one. Definitely caused those ones.
Got to get used to the commentator's curse, haven't you? I think.
Yeah, no, just as I made a comment about his length, he just bowls it a little bit full, but it was a lovely drive from Nick Brown there.
Got a bunch of emails coming already, I beg your pardon, not getting to those, but into the offside. And there is no run. Yes, so the domestic structure, you're playing with your regional teams. Are you going to be playing for the county at all this summer? Can you see that?
So we've got county stuff on at the moment.
Yeah.
So far, I haven't had time.
I was going to say it's.
Because on the side of cricket, you've got to be able to have a bit of time off in between. So
Yeah.
just an example of a week was Cambridge Monday, Loughborough yesterday, Manchester Saturday.
Okay. As Everson bowls to Brown, defended, no run.
So there is a county match on Sunday, but I won't be
Sure.
playing in that because I will be horizontal.
Well, that's fair enough. Well, you're an all-rounder as well, aren't you? So you have to do everything.
Yeah, I'll probably be actually just walking
It's
the
much more
dog.
tiring.
Walking
Yeah,
the
well,
dog.
that's fair enough.
Yeah, I do. Absolutely love playing for Kent. It's just trying to factor it in with everything else at the moment. But South East Stars is Surrey and Kent combined, so
Yeah.
there is a bit of that in that as well. So I don't mind.
As Everson bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal from mid-wicket and mid-on. Nothing to the bowler or slips. I think you know where we're going with that. 95 for 1. And that's the end of the over. Gilchrist none for 45 so far of his 8. So, yeah.
Good morning's work from Essex so far. They'll
Yeah.
definitely be very happy with their work. But yeah, no, always proud to play for Kent. Get less and less opportunity each year. I think we've got 50 overs towards the middle end of the summer, at which point the South East Stars season will be in full flow, and there'll also be, I think, Australia A are coming over. So there's an England A series, there's an England series. There's a lot of cricket going on this summer, which is very exciting.
Yeah, well, absolutely. For all of us watching, certainly. And exhausting for the players, too. It's 95 for 1. I think maybe, actually, we can swap you over here, Alice, if that's okay. You take a rest until lunch. There we go.
Enjoy
That's
yourself.
Alice Davidson-Richards, Kent, South East Stars, and England, of course. Actually, tap David Fulton on the shoulder. Or Glenn, whichever. Oh, there, Glenn's coming first. There we are. Alice, thank you for that. She's with us for this first day. Not any longer than that. As Alice has already outlined, it's a pretty brisk schedule for women cricketers this summer. Agar outside the off stump, left alone by Wesley, and there is no run. 1 for 26 Agar so far. Replacing Nathan Gilchrist, who has been expensive on his return to county cricket. And Glenn Speller from BBC Radio Essex will be joined by David Fulton after the update. But it's not been a bad morning from an Essex point of view.
Looks good for batting, doesn't it?
It really does, doesn't it? In the sunshine even more so. As Agar to Wesley just settles that on the stump and defends it to the offside, no run.
The grumbler on the email earlier on said, while the batting does look thin for Essex, there's a strong argument for playing one extra, e.g. Feroz Kushi. The tail is long but reasonably strong. Snater at 9 got 460 championship runs last year,
Blimey.
more than Lawrence and Critchley, and Allison at 10 has a couple of very correct patient 50s already in his short career. Allison was actually top of the batting averages in 22 with 55, albeit, he says, from 5 innings.
Yeah, quite. As Agar now bowls to Wesley, just tucked into the onside for a single.
And Bradders on the email says, morning, enjoying the commentary. Kent have neither Matt Quinn nor Michael Hogan in their lineup today. Are they both injured, he says?
Both resting.
Right.
So being rested basically after the first 2 games. So Matt Quinn, we've actually seen some 12th man duty. No Grant Stewart either, as Ben pointed out. Sorry, slip of the tongue there, Ben. Actually, me mistaking the back of Wes Agar's head for the back of Grant Stewart's head. No, he's not in the 11 today. Hamid Kadri added to the side. No Joe Denley for them either. But I might take your example here and read a few of the emails that have been coming in as this is whipped away by Brown, fielded at point, and there's no run. John, good morning. Great to hear from you. Loving my first morning at Canterbury this season, he says. Give us a mention, my son and I, and 2 black Labradors sitting in front of the Lime Tree Cafe. Is Agar moving it? No one's moving it very much.
No.
John, good morning. I'm sorry, this is probably an hour or so after your first emails, but there is your shout out. Hope you and the dogs are enjoying it.
Dutch on Twitter says, listening from Erie in Pennsylvania in the US.
Nice. Here's Agar round the wicket and just outside the off stump. Withdrawn the bat Brown did there.
He's been a huge Kent fan for a long time. Around here, most people just think cricket is an insect. I've no idea it's a sport. Laugh out loud, he says. Also, I miss Darren Stevens.
Don't we all?
I don't think Essex do. Don't
No,
mind
no,
what
no.
he did to them down the years.
Yeah, sorry, present company accepted. Mark, an exile in equally exotic, Holmfirth in West Yorkshire. I'll get to his email very shortly, and then we'll bring David Fulton in after a couple of those. But an update coming from BBC Radio Kent now. Yeah, first session belonging to Essex so far, an hour and a half of this first morning of the County Championship game between the two. Having gone, good ball that from Wes Agar, the Australian international for Kent, who's bowling his first time for Kent. His debut, he's taken the only wicket to fall so far, that of Alistair Cook, 39 for him when he went. 96 for 1 though, Essex having won the toss and elected a bat. Looks like a good decision, not much movement for the bowlers out there. Kent have tried 4 so far, not the spinner Hamid Kadri, but really looking for wickets before lunch. Does look like a pitch with plenty of runs in it so far in the sunshine, and Essex are certainly taking advantage. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And if you'll indulge me, I'm just going to hang on for one more over, and as Everson bowls to Wesley. So Mark, an exiled in Yorkshire, hooked up to your commentary, he says, as ever. Just wanted to say, I've been going through a rough patch recently, but knowing that county cricket has kicked off and listening to you guys give me a lift, made me look forward to this summer. Mark, thank you so much for saying that, and it's great to keep people company as much as anything. We know the BBC watchwords of information and entertainment, but that's we completely understand that as cricket fans ourselves. It's just whipped away to square leg, and I hope you're doing okay.
Oh, was that Mark, was it?
Too. Yeah, Mark.
Well, join in throughout the summer, Mark. Do feel free to join in, stay in contact, keep the emails coming.
Canterbury sounds comfortingly gorgeous, he says. It's not bad. It's much better for us because we've got the radiators on inside a commentary box and the sun's streaming through. It's a little bit brisk out there,
yes.
I think, but the members are plentiful in the stand beside us. As Everson bowls to Wesley, he defends that and there's no run. It's a great job to do, Mark, and your emails make it doubly worthwhile, I have to say. So thank you very much. Take care of yourself. Oh, good to hear from you.
Afternoon to Chris as well, who's usually in Ipswich in Massachusetts. He says, I'm settling back into the rhythms of life on Saba in the Dutch Caribbean. I was not expecting so fast a start from Essex. He's hoping we can keep it up and that I can keep up with it.
Yeah, it's like the sun-baked climes of Western Australia or something at the moment, isn't it? There's there's not quite so much bounce, but certainly the pitches are playing true. And good for the batters, 98 for 1. Mike said he had found the link, and this was some time ago. A Cook's dilemma, says Mike, since he was the first victim of the elder in Test cricket, has just become the first victim of the younger in English cricket. You're talking about the Agars. Brilliant, Mike. Thank you very much. Does the chef? Oh, crikey! Here's Everson. I mean, that was a great observation as it's defended back to Everson. But I think you've gone too far for me here. You've gone out on a limb, Mike. But the listeners will be the judge of this. Does the chef dare to use agar in his dishes? The public wants to know. Mike, that might just be you, but now you've raised it even more. So, Ben and Philip, thank you very much. Yeah, no Grant Stewart on the pitch. I beg your pardon. A slip of the tongue there. Thanks for your emails so far. 98 for 1 as Everson bowls to Wesley on the off stump, chopped into the onside. End of the over. I'll make way, but for your emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. And Glenn?
bbcscricket@gmail.com.
And it really is great to hear from you and gives us new things to talk about, particularly where you are in the world. But we're very, very happy to bring you the commentary across local radio, every ball of every county game, competitive game, of course, once more on the BBC.
Thank you, Matt. So Matt will leave us until just after the lunch interval. And Wes Agar is going to continue from the Nackington Road end. Bright sunshine here at Canterbury now on BBC Essex, BBC Kent and the BBC Sport website and the app. Glenn Speller, Matt Cole, David Fulton and Alice Richardson-Davis with us. There's Nick Brown just adjusting various bits of his batting apparel and he's ready now. And Agar running towards us in with 3 slips in crouched positions. And Brown just pushes defensively out to the onside for no run. Brown, who has 19 from 73 deliveries so far, has watched his captain at the other end, Tom Wesley, go to 40 from just 42. And Tom Wesley doing Tom Wesley things, David Fulton, whipping the ball beautifully through mid-wicket and driving very nicely outside off stump as well.
Yeah, he's still a good player, Tom Wesley, isn't he? And Kent will know all about his strengths through the leg side, but it's still a bit like they know not the ball short to Alistair Cook. That happened a couple of times this morning as well. You know where you're supposed to be bowling, but it sometimes lure you in.
Agar into Brown, who watches the line of that one carefully. Agar coming round the wicket and then bounces over the top of off stump. Good judgment from Brown, and there's no run.
That was a bit like the ball that got Alistair Cook, wasn't it? It just went back up the hill here at Canterbury, bounced, nipped back, and Cook got a little inside feather. Good catch from Sam Billings, but Alistair Cook set the tone with 39 from 30. And Tom Wesley has picked up that mantle, 40 off, say 42, and Nick Brown's played the anchor, doing Nick Brown things as well as Tom Wesley doing Tom Wesley things. Nick Brown has looked really solid. I've still could admire some good old-fashioned defence in this day and age.
Well, he's facing up to Agar, and that's just worked in front of square on the onside by Brown. Nice piece of timing as well. No great flow of the bat, just eased it into the onside and comes through for a couple of runs. And the Essex 100 is up. Well, they are 100 for 1, coming in the 25th over in 98 minutes. So they've gone a nice lick this morning. 4 runs and over.
Yeah, I'll have a look round the grounds in a minute, but I don't think anyone's scored quicker than Essex. Nottinghamshire were going quite well, weren't they? But they're 88 without loss off 24, so certainly they are the county with their pedal to the metal.
Over the wicket this time from Agar, and Brown just playing defensively from the crease, pushes up to mid-off, and there is no run. One more delivery of Agar's 8th over to go, 1 for 29 so far for him. He, the man, as David was just saying, taking the wicket of Alistair Cook. A little inside edge, it really came back at him, didn't it, and just took the inside edge that after Cook had been driving beautifully throughout the morning and making it look very, very easy.
Well, it looks like it's been quite tough for the Essex opening batsman. I think it was a Norton 16 last week and a Norton 15 for Brown, so suddenly getting on a decent pitch. The sun's now popped out as well, so it might get even easier to bat.
Agar finishing off his over then, that's on middle and leg, and Brown trying to force that away, but can only pick out the man at wide mid-on.
Few omissions for Essex, aren't there? Looking at those changes, Dan Lawrence, Sam Cook, Adam Rossington, 3 increasingly important players for Essex. Dan Lawrence has been in the runs, and Sam Cook is always in the wickets, so you'd look at this team with a couple of changes. I think it's not quite at full strength.
It would have been interesting to see what they'd done if all 3 had been fit, whether someone would have been rested, or possibly Sam Cook, I guess, but Rossington and Lawrence very much part of this Essex first 11. As miscount from me, Agar finishes his over now with the ball driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Essex are 100 for 1 here, because they have got plenty of support in the seam department of Essex. Obviously Ben Allison coming into the side today. Young Jamal Richards is on the sidelines, hoping he's going to get an opportunity this summer also. And well, Adam Rossington coming in at 6, wicketkeeper batter, knows all about county cricket and has been a good performer for a number of years now.
Paul Walter down to come in next. Does he still turn his arm over from time to time, or is that an increasingly sporadic thing?
Yes, that is becoming more and more of a rarity. He's really turned himself into a batter now as Paul Walter. He's been up as high as 3 over recent years, but coming into the side at a number down to come in at number 4 today, so taking that Dan Lawrence role. But yeah, he got his maiden first-class century last season and has been a very dependable operator for Essex. But yeah, he came in initially as a left-arm seamer, but very, very rarely see him bowling now.
Things like that interests me, because it's brilliant to see how he's worked his way up the order and changed his game. It's happened to a number of players over the years. I think Richard Ellison, who famously took a 10-for in an Ashes Test match at Edgbaston in the mid-80s. He started life as an opening batsman who bowled a bit. Brian Luckhurst was a left-arm spinner when he first came on the Kent staff and turned himself into an England opening batter. So you can reinvent yourself. Not sure what's happening here, Glenn. There's a change of ball, or Joey Everson's having a trot off. What's going on?
Well, Everson's come running down here, and as though he was going to get the box of balls, but eventually the Kent 12th man has realised that actually, we've got something to do now. And the ball's been tossed to the umpires Nigel Long and David Milnes. They've examined it and they've decided that yes, we will have a change of ball.
Kent need a bit of help with a different ball that's going to do a little bit more. So sometimes, and we've seen this actually quite a lot last year, didn't we? Flat pitches, the balls were rumoured to go a little bit soft, or the seam went a little bit soft. So quite often teams would try and get the thing changed.
If you're the, I mean, there's the 2 umpires there and the Kent 12th man. But if you're the Kent skipper and the bowler, aren't you round the umpires going, oh, that one looks like that might be.
Yeah, I don't think you get that much of a say. You get to choose the first one, Glenn. They send a bowler off to the umpire's room and they get to pick the first one. And now they'll try and look for something as close to the original as possible, but something that's in shape. But I think what happened last year, because they were obviously a new batch of balls for 22. First couple of games, if you got the ball changed, obviously you were getting a batch from 2021. So the 2021 balls did a lot more than the 22.
Okay.
Whereas I would imagine this year, the balls that they're looking at are last year's old balls, so you're not going to get anything that's much better, would be my instinct. But last year they were changing the balls all the time, and then you'd see some wickets start to fall. So it was a deliberate tactic. And you know, the umpires will just call it as they see it. Is it out of shape? Does it fit through the gauge? If it doesn't, swap it.
That one looks it. Well, that's only 5 overs. You're not having that one. That's
yeah.
Well,
can I have this one, which is all scratched on one side, please?
well, they have changed it, and Sam Billings has now come down bowler's end to have a word with the umpires as well.
Yeah. Can we have one that's going to get a wicket, please?
Well, they've got whatever they've been given, they've got, and Everson's got it in his hand.
Yeah, giving it a polish. He has just offered at swinging the ball out a little bit, Joey Everson's the right-handed batsman. I haven't seen a lot through the air, and I can probably count on the fingers of one hand balls that have seamed. So certainly the one to Cook did from Wes Agar, and a couple have beaten the outside edge, but it's a pretty decent pitch for batting. As Everson is in 33 on his back, and a big shout for LBW. I think there was a bit of bat involved, and that certainly seems to be David Milnes' thoughts, because the fingers stay down.
That was my initial thought as well. Just seemed to deviate off an inside edge onto the pad. And Wesley seemed quite confident. He wasn't looking nervously.
No. The new ball, change of ball, nearly did its thing.
So Nottinghamshire are batting against Middlesex at Lords, and they're 100 without loss. Hasib Hamid's got 50, and Ben Duckett on 48 there. Long season for Middlesex beckons, I think.
This one is back of a length, punching off the back foot attractively is Tom Wesley, straight to mid-off. There's no run.
Hampshire batting against Northants at Wantage Road, and Hampshire are 72 for 2. The men to go there, Felix Organ out for 38, and Fletcher Middleton went for a duck, and Nick Gubbins on 30, and James Vince yet to get off the mark.
You'll get to the score at New Road, Worcester in due course, but we won't run you through everyone who's out there.
Somerset batting against Lancashire down at Taunton. Somerset 82 for 4, 2 wickets there for James Anderson as well, who bowled so well at Chelmsford last week. Division 2, Durham batting against Glamorgan. Durham's batters have had a decent start as well. They're 83 for 1. Sussex 87 for 2 against Yorkshire. And as David alluded to, at New Road, Worcestershire, Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire are batting, although maybe for not much longer. They're 47 for 7.
So there's on the hip, and as he so often does, Tom Wesley just clips it away for runs. There's a man back on the deep square fence, so just a single. But he doesn't miss out in that area. It's nice to see one early season pitch, true to form.
Yes.
It's not right at this time of year if you don't see a 7 down before lunch somewhere around the county circuit. Last year was a bit of an aberration in that regard, and there's runs aplenty everywhere you looked. And Kent had signed Jackson Bird. I think the first game was at Chelmsford, wasn't it, last year?
It was, yeah. That was a road, wasn't it?
It was a road,
yeah.
and the likes of Jackson Bird. He thought, what a great early season signing, going to nip it around all over the place as Everson is in, punched by Brown, no run, mid-off. And he thought, yeah, just looked like an attack Stevens, Bird. If you get a bit of movement early on, they could be a real handful. Nope, just road after road after road, I think. And sure enough, a bit of an injury for Kent's overseas. But their overseas are struck today. Where's Agar picking up Alistair Cook? Quite like the look of Agar, big strapping lad. A lot of wickets, if I remember, in a big bash game where I think he bowled the Thunder or someone out for 15. I'll check that out. So Brown solidly behind this one again, as it offers just to shape down the hill a little bit.
We've got 36 wickets for South Australia in the Australian summer. Where's Agar? So he's in decent enough form to come and show us what he can do in the county game as well. So that's the end of the over. 101 for 1, 21 to Nick Brown, 41 to his captain Tom Wesley. Earlier in the day, Sir Alistair Cook out for 39. BBC Essex, BBC Kent on the BBC Sport website and the app. Glenn Speller, David Fulton, Alice Richardson, David and Davis and Matt Cole with you at a sunlit Canterbury. Stiffish breeze still blowing, across there. Don't let that fool you. The players are still out there and they've got the full woolies on. Possibly the hand warmers as Agar is in from the Nackington Road end towards us. 3 slips in and Wesley trying to push that one in front of square on the onside. Gets a slight leading edge and it goes out to the man at backward point and there's no run.
He did hit a boundary with that shot a couple of overs ago off the back of the bat, aiming through square leg. The back of the bat or leading edge, whistle through cover for 4. Yeah, so I was just looking at that game. Sydney Thunder all out for 15 in 5.5 overs.
And Wes Agar among the wickets, yeah.
Wes Agar, if my memory serve, got 4, but yeah, what a game that was. All out 15 in a T20 game.
BBC Essex Cricket at Gmail if you want to drop us an email as well. Here is the man we were just talking about. Agar into Wesley, well wide of off stump, and Wesley can let that one go. 101 for 1. There's a first taste of county cricket then for Wes Agar. So he'll be... Is he here for the season or is he here for...
They've got Arshdeep Singh, the left arm Indian, coming, I think, mid-May, so he's due to play 5 or 6 championship matches, so kind of short-term stop-gappy type, you know, as so often happens these days with overseas. Gone are the days that someone would be here for 8-9 years and play week in, week out. You know, get someone for a month and then they go, someone else comes in.
Agar is in now, bowling, and Wesley just covers up on the crease and pushes back to the bowler, who fields on his follow-through for no run. Well, Essex have got Doug Bracewell for 10 games. Flew in during the first game after they suffered the blow of losing Will Sutherland to that stress fracture, the man they'd initially signed. There's lots of people talking about Sutherland and his signing and the fact that it was a stress fracture and the fact that had they not made the Shield final he would have been over here and it might have been discovered over here early start of the season, then Bracewell might not have been available and all sorts of connotations. As Agar is in and bowling and wide of off stump, and Wesley drives and just picks out the man at mid-off who stops on the bounce. 101 for 1.
Yeah, just looking at Agar's numbers. First class average of 32. Couple of 5-wicket hauls, 78 wickets from 24 games. T20 best of 4 for 6. So I would imagine it was in that all-out 15 game. But, younger brother of Ashton Agar, who of course got that 99, wasn't it, at Trent Bridge in a test match, I think 2015, 98 or 99.
Here is his younger brother, and well wide of off stump. Bit of lift this time, but well wide of Wesley, and it goes through for no addition. 98, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think, seem to remember.
Caught on the boundary, I think, by Swanee. The yeah, we were talking, Alice Davison, Richards and I, off comms about Ashton Agar's interview that he gave over the winter when he was in the touring party to go to India. Was left out of the first couple of test matches, which as a spinner in India are not ideal. Others were preferred, and the journalists back at the airport where he flew into, I guess, Adelaide or somewhere, were trying to kind of poke him with a metaphorical stick to get some answers out of him.
That's even wider from Agar, taken by Billings in front of first slip, and there's no run, and that's the end of the over, and it's 101 for 1 here, Essex, after winning the toss and electing to bat. 1 for 29 for Agar from his 9 overs.
And Ashton Agar, it was an absolute example of how you speak positively about a setup, and you just came away from the interview thinking, that is a top bloke, that is a top team bloke. He was asked questions which would have been so easy to have knifed the selectors, his teammates, the captain, and he just played it beautifully. And I've saved it as an example of how you handle the media when you're getting tricky questions. He came out of it as a fantastic fella. He was very positive about the Australian setup. He talked about the way they communicated with him and the messaging being really clear, what he needed to do to improve. It was a real example. As Everson is in and inside half of the bat. There's 3 on the leg side, interestingly, from that round the wicket angle. Square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, all in a single. Yeah, we were both saying that if you were picking an overseas player, if you were a director of cricket or a coach or a captain, that's exactly the kind of character that you want. You know, that kind of culture that's so important when you're putting a team together. You want blokes who are cut from that kind of cloth. There's an example of how to conduct yourself. As Everson gets close to off stump, Brown has nothing to do with it. One or two whoops from behind the wicket.
Well, he's got himself in here, Nick Brown. He's had, what, just over an hour and 3/4 now. So he's got himself in here. He's got himself to 21. And he would dearly like to go on and get a score after he got starts against Middlesex at Lords in both innings. And they're going to look at the ball again, David.
God. It's just... I mean, look, if the ball's rubbish, then you've got to change it again. But what is going on with the batch of balls?
Well, I'm just trying to think. 6, 12... they've bowled 14 deliveries with this one.
Yeah. Yep, Sam Billings has said this one isn't moving either umps. Can we change it again? But no, they're not happy with it. Yeah, I mean, going back to Nick Brown, as an opening batter, having worked so hard and played so beautifully, I mean, he's been rock solid. What you don't want to do now is make a mistake, little misjudgment, nick one that you shouldn't nick, and you walk off with maybe 20 something to your name, having done all the hard work, and someone else comes in and reaps the rewards of your endeavours. So you want to keep going, and he has a penchant for big scores, doesn't he? He can rattle them off. He's a difficult man to dislodge once he drops anchor. But here's Everson. Kent have just got to keep plugging away. It's a patience game at the moment. Just saying to Alice, I thought their front line 3 quicks are all a bit similar. McKerr, Agar, Gilchrist, kind of tall, strong guys that don't really swing it much. They kind of thump it into a good length. Everson a little bit different. He will try and pitch it up and swing it.
They didn't change the ball, incidentally.
So Everson round the wicket, once again left alone. Trying to think how many balls Brown has faced from bowlers bowling over the wicket. I think Everson normally would like to bowl over the wicket and look to swing it and bend it back into the stumps, but it's not really going for him, so he's just going to try and get the odd one to hold up the slope, see if he can nick Brown off.
Just over 5 minutes to go until lunch as well, so they'll be at the back of the batters' minds.
This one's full and driving attractively, hammered in fact, and I think Agar got a hand on it, but he was not going to stop it. It was a good effort. It was well struck by Brown, and he's going to get another boundary. So just that loose one towards the end of the over, and well punished.
They have tried to bowl full for much of the morning, Kent. So they're trying to give it a chance, see if it's going to swing, see if it's going to do anything. But all that's happened is that on several occasions they've found themselves driven through the covers or driven straight.
So Everson on a better length, but a little bit wide, and Brown has nothing to do with it. So good over from Brown's perspective, just watchful outside off stump. The one to put away he did. I just wonder if we'll see a bit of Hammy Kadri. Left-handed Brown, it's always the token over, isn't it, before spin. This looks like it's going to happen now. Token over before lunch, throw it to the off spinner. I just always think maybe it's worth an earlier look.
Mick has emailed us as well, and it was a point made by Dick on our email a little bit earlier on as well, that the Agar's dad, Ashton and Wes Agar's dad, John, was a useful all-rounder, played for Hadley and Thundersley Cricket Club in Essex back in the 1980s, so apparently quite a useful all-rounder as well. So it runs in the family, talented family. So as you said, David, here is the token over before lunch of spin. Be interesting to get some stats, wouldn't it, down the years? How often does the over of spin before lunch get you a wicket, or does it just maybe get you another over from the seamer at the other end? You get through it quicker. Is that the idea?
Sometimes, but I don't think Kent are in any rush here. Hamid Kadri's bowled about 5 deliveries to mid-on. So if that was your thinking, you'd want to get into it a bit quicker. Although there is 4 minutes, he could do this.
Over the wicket is bowling to Tom Wesley, who goes back and works into the onside for no run. Doubtless we'll look closely at this when they've got a certain Mr. Harmer in their side to see whether there's any turn at all. Kadri, a slightly different bowler, obviously, but if it turns, it turns. That's worked into the onside for no run.
He had a good season last year, Hamid Kadri, with the bat as well as the ball. A couple of useful 70s and 80s. Coming in at kind of 8 and 9.
105 for 1 is the Essex score. Bit more flight, bit more air given by Kadri, but he's been driven through the covers for 4 by Tom Westley. And he's just floating that one up, Kadri, just seeing maybe it's going to drift on the breeze, or maybe Westley misjudges, but he doesn't. He takes full toll of it. And the score goes to 109 for 1, and Westley goes to 45.
Yeah, inviting, wasn't it? It was kind of up there and out there. Westley in this kind of mood needs no second invitation, but probably worth a look. It's the kind of one you can nick to slip. 3
balls to go. There is a slip in, and Kadri angling that one on middle and leg this time, and Westley just works it in front of square. And the man 3/4 of the way to the mid-wicket boundary tidies up, and they jog through for a single. So Westley goes to 46. He's had a couple of 40 odds this season. Tom Westley has looked as though he's going to go on. Has looked in good form, but yet to find that big score in the opening 2 games of the season. And Kadri's going to come round the wicket now to the left-handed Brown. Sam Billings manoeuvring fielders this way and that. Bring man in at short fine leg. A forward short leg.
Doesn't look like Kent are rushing through to get an extra over in here. They'll be quite pleased to get off the pitch. It's a tough morning for them.
Kadri is round the wicket, quicker and flatter, and Brown on the back foot drives out to extra cover, and they come through for a single. 112 for 1, the Essex score. 1 legal delivery to go before the interval. 12:59 my clock says. And Westley just takes his guard just to make sure that the umpires won't be thinking about squeezing an extra over out before the interval. Kadri in, then bowling to Westley, who works that in front of square on the onside again, and they just jog through for another single. 112 for 1, and we're going to have time for another over.
Well, we may do. We'll see what happens when David Milnes gets to the stumps.
So actually, I will leave. Matt will come in alongside you, David, because I've got to go off and tell the BBC Essex listeners what's been going on this morning.
Okay, Matt's going to come in and do an update for BBC Radio Kent. So we are going to get another over in. So despite not rushing, maybe Kent knew that was the case. I think they might go off the pavilion clock here. There's Everson is into the right-handed Westley, and it's on the hip again, and it's flicked nonchalantly to deep square for another single to the Essex captain. Yeah, I think they might go off the pavilion clock, which we can't see here because the one on the Les Ames scoreboard definitely says it's just gone 1. The one on the electric scoreboard says 1 o'clock.
That's a good point.
We usually go by 1 clock or the other, and we've not got a good view of the pavilion one. Everson round the wicket, persevering with this line. Short mid wickets in, and Brown, as he's been most of the morning, rock solid, and there's no run.
Good morning for Essex then, this one, isn't it?
Very good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done well. I mean, it was they came flying out the traps, didn't they? Alistair Cook, I don't know what he had for breakfast, but he was unfurling. It was like Ben Stokes had wandered into Canterbury and taken guard.
He's already secured a 100 contract together. It's just an England is next. Is that right?
Was this Cook?
Yeah.
Yeah, with that flamboyant showing of the morning. As back of a length, Nick Brown clobbers this. This is going to be a boundary. So not playing for lunch. It was short and wide, and he climbed into it. So yeah, I was saying to Alice Davison Richards, if you're Alistair Cook, and this could be his last season, I don't know. Hopefully he'll go on for many years to come, but it must be getting close to that point. Why wouldn't you want to enjoy yourself? And I know that he enjoys batting for periods of time, but it's more fun when you're hitting the ball for 4. Everson straighter this time, which is sensible given he's got 3 men fairly close in on the leg side.
How would you have fared with the current?
Well, I would have given it a good go, Matt. I would have had a bit of a charge. I mean, it wasn't really my style, but I had my moments. I think it looks like a lot of fun, that's what I would say. Why wouldn't you want a piece of that? But not a lot of fun if you flail at one and nick it. And this one is clipped. He's going to get 4 more. Nick Brown has been in really good touch. So solid. but also able to pounce on anything that's a touch errant, and that was on the pads, and he clips it for 4.
Actually, in the comments of Matt Walker before the season started, obviously he has Zach Crawley, but he has a contrasting opener, Ben Compton, and asking him about, well, you know, this is the way that England want to play. What do you say to someone like Ben Compton? And Matt Walker said he's got to play his natural game.
He's got to play his game. I think I spoke to Ben about this. We had a kind of nice Kent Legends dinner. I mean, Legends was probably a little strong in the sense that some of us old boys wouldn't count ourselves as legends, but that was how it was marketed, that. And we'll continue after the lunch break. But I spoke to Ben Compton, and we will tell you this afternoon what Ben Compton said about his approach to this county season. He certainly started pretty well, but this morning's been all about Essex, really. Alistair Cook with a very fluent 39 off 30.
Off guard there, but I was just about to say, talk at the press box, the rain is sitting over Belgium, so I think whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it feels like one of those sort of code phrases they used to use in the Cold War, but there we are. It's Kent against Essex, I should say. I'm Matt Cole beside me, trying to make some sort of sense of what I'm saying. Is David Fulton next to me? So
my confused face was telling you.
There we are. There are agents all across Eastern Europe now springing to action.
It's rain over Belgium, and it's coming from the east. Is that? Yeah. Certainly, my run yesterday along the Whitstable coast, it was certainly the wind whipping in from
brisk.
The east. Yes.
Yeah.
The run wasn't brisk. No, the wind was brisk. The run was decidedly slow.
121 for 1. Essex after lunch on day 1. Talking about the chance of precipitation, because the forecast suggested at mid-afternoon there would be some, but the sages in the commentary box saying it's sitting over Belgium, it's not moving at the moment, is McCurr to Wesley, who's looked in pretty good nick on a pretty. Yeah, thank you very much. I used that in my report at lunchtime. So you would agree with that, would you? The pitch itself, it's not doing much.
You used the word benign, did you?
I did.
Yes, but I've nicked your words. I used a couple of your stats earlier as well. I said to Alice, one of the tricks, because she's the young whippersnapper in the box, do a little bit of research, but but you don't have to do too much, because you go on after Matt and you just nick some of his nuggets.
Well, that's not sure how I feel about that. 121 for 1. As long as there's due credit and recompense. That's a lovely shot. He's up on his toes there. He's cut that away to the offside boundaries, Tom Wesley, and that's 50 for him as well off I was going to say a fairly sluggish 60 balls. 52 he's got, but I'd be joking. 9 fours. His 50 is up. 125 for 1. Earlier we saw Alistair Cook fly away to 39 off 30 balls. Nick Brown is a relatively sluggish 34 of 92, but he's played very nicely indeed. It's not giving much to the bowlers here. And Essex look like they made a very solid decision to bat first after winning the toss. A little bit of cloud cover now as this goes through to Sam Billings. The player's shirt's billowing in the wind, which is an easterly, northeasterly. Sam Billings actually
a cold one.
Yeah, a cold one. Certainly the members beside us are wrapped up warm. Plenty of bobble hats, scarves. And I'll bring the duvet with me on a day like this out there, I think. But just a little bit greyer overhead. 125 for 1, not much for Kent to shout about. But I suppose the wicket of on debut for Wes Agar, getting rid of Sir Alistair Cook, as McCurr bowls to Wesley. Just a gentle pull out to mid-wicket, and that's a single. Now Alex Hode in the press box, he had some incredible stat, didn't he, about singles. The first single wasn't until
midway through the 18th
over. I was going to say
11
18th. 11
fours in that time.
There have been more boundaries than there have been singles. Certainly, he said he had the actual stats, but in that first session, feels like it tells you quite a lot about this pitch. Essex have certainly punished everything that's been short or too full or too wide. And some 126 for 1. Brown faces, he's clipped that off his toes, and that will go for 4 runs. It's come for the bat, yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't quite been the start Kent would have wanted. You go in having been pummeled in the morning session, you talk about regrouping, going back out there, setting a tone, all those would appear like platitudes when you start a little bit like this, because he's already gone for 9 off the over. He was a really good addition on loan last year, Colin McCurr, and I like the look of him. It hasn't quite hit the sixpence after lunch just yet.
Yeah, round the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown. That's gone full as well, clipped away, and that'll be 4, will it? No, it's a good sliding stop by Daniel Bell-Drummond, actually. In fact, they just made 1 from that. That is a good stop and throw by Bell-Drummond, but it got there pretty quickly. That's another reason why they could only make the 1. 131 for 1 then, after an over into the second session for Essex. First day against Warwickshire up at Edgbaston. They got dealt with by a very strong Warwickshire batting lineup on a pitch that was looking pretty solid as well. And Matt Walker then was just bemoaning, not that they should have been running through Warwickshire, but that they hadn't bowled great areas in that day, hadn't
Yeah.
kept any pressure on.
Yeah, it's a bit like what we've seen so far. And you talk about that Warwickshire top order. If you look at this Essex top order, Alistair Cook, Nick Brown, Tom Wesley, three guys have, well, obviously Alistair Cook's done pretty much everything in the game, but the three of them have won county championships. Cook's 38, Brown 32, Wesley 34, been there, seen it, done it. And if you don't hit your straps on a good pitch, they're going to punish you. So it's Glenn was saying he feels Essex maybe a batter light. There's no Dan Lawrence, who's got 100 already this season, so that's a big miss for them. So probably a little bit more onus on the top three. But here's Nathan Gilchrist. He's in and he's short and wide, and that was I think Nick Brown just for a second had nicked that, and that would have been a horrible way to get out. Short wide one, real loosener from Gilchrist, and Brown missed out, but was rather fortunate he didn't nick it.
Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist has been expensive, hasn't he? He's going 45 for his 8 overs to start.
He got better, didn't he? I think he was 34 off 3 and a bit. So he's got better. He's coming back from that injury. Tall, fast bowler who can make things happen. That was a better length, left alone by Brown.
From memory, last year as well, he wasn't the most economical by any means of the Kent bowlers, but they use him, as you say, as a strike bowler. He can make things happen, and they could do with it today.
Yeah, I mean, I made the point a couple of times in the morning session that they're quite similar, these guys. McCurr, in terms of what they actually do. Agar, maybe a fraction quicker, but they're all tall. This one's left alone. Again, outside off stump, they look tall bowlers, tall right arm over, so same angles, looking to hit the pitch. Not a lot of seam movement, similar kind of pace, I'd say, all of them. Sometimes from a captain's point of view, it's nice just to ask different questions of a batter's technique. So Joey Everson was pitching it up and swinging it a bit. If you've got a left arm, a different angle. Obviously Hamid Dullah Kadri just had the token over. And this is a better line, but once again Brown just lets it go by.
Kent's initial plan for an overseas was going to be Joel Paris, wasn't it? The Australian left arm, and of course Arshdeep Singh coming in June as well. So as you say, point of difference, I suppose.
Yeah, well, it does two things. I mean, Arshdeep Singh will be a really good addition, but it also creates some rough. It brings Hamid Dullah Kadri more into play against the right-handers. So, but it's asking different questions, different angles. This one is punched attractively, and it's going to get a boundary. That's a lovely shot. But I reckon that's the best shot Nick Brown has played today. Back foot punch in front of extra cover between Daniel Bell-Drummond at extra cover and mid-off, who's Wes Agar, who just turns around and trots after it. So another boundary to Brown, who was watchful to start with, but really finding fluency just before the break and is carrying on. He's 43, Wesley 53, 135 for 1. That's a good one. That's where Kent have not been on that spot often enough so far today. Plenty of time in this game. It's difficult from watching as Kent trot between the overs, trying to keep their over 8 up. Difficult to know where Billings goes in terms of what cards to play and what questions to ask. It just looks like it's going to be a bit of a grind out there. Patience.
Yeah, could well be for them today. Long day and a bit in the field, obviously, against Warwickshire in a similar effort, I suppose, try and make things happening on a...
Yeah, I mean, they put Warwickshire into bat, didn't they? Not the case here, so...
I think it's fair to say that Warwickshire would have done the same.
They would have had a bowl.
Yeah, and so Wesley faces a good toss to lose, I think Warwickshire was saying after that, as Wesley slams it into the ground, and it's half stopped by McCurr, parried by him on his follow through.
I think Sam Billings would have had no hesitation in batting first today, and sometimes they're the little breaks you need early season. Tough game at Edgbaston, win the toss, put some runs on the board. Nope, you're back in the field and you're being taken to by the batters. The other great stat that Alex Hode had, it was more of an anecdote than a stat, wasn't it, about the Agar brothers?
Yes,
Cook
yeah. Actually, Mike on the emails pointed that out earlier to us, but as McCurr bowls to Wesley, if you missed it, as Wesley goes, leaves it through to the wicket keeper, that older brother Ashton's first wicket in Test cricket. I think I have this right around.
Yep.
Was for Alistair Cook, and Wes Agar had chirped to his brother.
Yep, it'd be my first wicket in county cricket.
My first wicket in county
sure
cricket.
Enough.
Alistair Cook, indeed so. So
Yeah.
he's done it. I'm not sure what sort of bragging rights that gives you between the two brothers, but
I don't think it gives you anything at all, does it? But
some
it's
sort of
quite
synchronicity
quirky.
or whatever. Yeah.
It's quite quirky. Anything you can do, older brother.
It's McCurr then to Wesley. Just trying to get forward on that, but ends up just running it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Hi, it's Steve, an Essex supporter listening to your excellent coverage live in northern Ethiopia, says Steve. Great to hear from you on kentcricket@gmail.com. I'm trying to use your commentary to explain cricket to the Ethiopians. Okay, good luck with that. You're all right with David Fulton, obviously, perhaps after 2 o'clock when I disappear. He's also reminiscing about my club cricket days in the Cornwall League in the mid-80s. ... Here's McCurr outside Wesley's off stump, and he does leave that through to Sam Bennings. With Eldine Baptiste as our club pro, some player. Yeah, they know him here. Absolutely. Happy days, says Steve. Thank you so much for your email, Steve.
Yeah,
nice one.
Thank you, Steve. Good to have you listening. It's one of the features, isn't it, of the stream and the service. You get people listening in from all over the world, which is rather lovely.
Yes, indeed. Wilf, also on the emails. Good afternoon, team, he says. As McCurr bowls to Wesley, as the wind really does get up at the far end. Those trees being thrashed at the Nakita Road end. I'd imagine the wind's going across the ground, actually, not just at the far end, but it's they are being agitated, those trees. Single taken.
I'm looking at the slips.
1, 3, 6 for 1.
Jordan Cox at 1, Zach Crawley at 2. And they look very unlikely to take a catch. Obviously, at the moment, they're not looking to, but they have hands wedged into pockets, grabbing a hold of hand warmers.
They've got those hand warmer rolls, haven't they?
Yeah.
That I think Zach had his first. I think Jordan Cox,
yeah. I mean, they'll start to get prepared to take a catch now.
As Conor McCurr bowls to Brown, it's full length on his toes.
And those hands went into pockets.
Immediately.
As soon as the ball was hit onto the leg side, it hadn't even got off the square, and the hands went back into pockets. So, there are very few occasions when I miss the game, Matt. Today is certainly not one of them. The thought of being out there, freezing cold at slip, waiting for a rock-hard cricket ball to land in your miss. I was asking Alice when she was coldest.
I was going to say, Alice is really looking forward to the season starting now, aren't you? After all that,
when's the coldest you've been? She was talking about, this was not on commentary, she was just talking about, snowing not that long ago. And I remember diving to catch a ball at Fenners while it was sleeting off Martin Saggers, Cambridge opening bat, nick one. I was at second slip, Ed Smith was at first slip, and as I went to take this thing, it was about 2 degrees, sleeting. I pulled my hand out the way. It was an instinctive thing, but I realised that 4 fingers were about to snap off, so I bailed on it, and it hit Ed on the ankle. Dropped. Sag's not happy. As Nick Brown defends this one from Nathan Gilchrist, but just something kind of instinctive that usually I don't think I've ever pulled a hand out the way of a legitimate catch before, but it was just so cold, and there was something, didn't do it on purpose, but it just no, I'm not losing 4 fingers.
That's the lizard brain taking over, the instinctive animal part of you.
Absolutely, the animal brain, the fight or flight went no, that's going past, and then we went off, and Sags was kicking the ground a bit. Here's Gilchrist, and left alone, not for the first time by Nick Brown. So apologies to Sags for that one. But I think Ed got the blame because technically it hit him on the ankle. But it was my fault.
Well, if it can hit your ankle, it can hit your hand, surely. Is that what you said to him?
No, I think I've gone across. It was pretty off-putting to see someone diving across. But those April the 3rd starts at Fenners. I mean, sometimes it's glorious, isn't it? You get wonderful April days. But, not this season, as Gilchrist is punched, this time straight to Daniel Bell Drummond at extra cover.
Yeah.
Although game 1 was alright, a couple of nice days against Northants.
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, the first day was stormy, but you're right, it got better and better.
Yeah.
So as did Kent. But a couple of years ago now, during the COVID times.
Well, we didn't start till August.
Had a game at. That would have been still during the restrictions, I suppose. But
so defending Brown to extra cover, no run.
Northants away in April. The game was ended by snow, so I was doing my interviews in a blizzard. There we go. Oh, I don't think I've been much colder than that, to be honest, even sitting in 5 coats and
Well, I've probably told
blankets.
this story before, but Duncan Spencer, do you remember him, of West Australia and Kent, played 2 or 3 seasons for us, bowled very quickly at Viv Richards in that last Sunday League game of '93. It's very much a Duncan Spencer claim to fame, as Gilchrist, who's not quite of that pace, is smashed again off the back foot. But, same result, Bell Drummond intercepts, no run. And Duncan had never been out of Perth, and he came to Canterbury. Darryl Foster was our coach, West Australian fellow, and he realised that Duncan had a British passport and he was a real up-and-coming find in WA, so he got him over to play for Kent. And he bowled on April the 1st, which was not lost on people, the irony of it being April Fool's Day in sleet. So this one's outside off stump and smashed, and this time he finds the gap. Nick Brown, he's been looking to pepper that boundary, and that's a high-class shot. It ends the over. Essex 141 for 1, Brown is 48. And just quickly finish this story on Duncan Spencer. So he's bowled in a combination of sleet, wind a bit like we've had today, and he's obviously got a sweat up. He's got about 4 jumpers and a tracksuit on, and he's come steaming in. He's bowled for the best part of an hour. He's got a real sweat on, and the wind, cold wind blowing in his face, bit of sleet in his face as well. I went to pick him up because he didn't have a car. I went to pick him up to bring him to pre-season training the next day, and I took him straight to casualty, where he was diagnosed with acute frostbite. His eyes had gone slitty. It was like someone had gone to the South Pole, and his skin had gone like leather and swollen up. And I said, yeah, let's phone this in. Not coming straight in, Darryl, taking our overseas to casualty. Doesn't look in great nick. Yeah, a couple of days off. Frostbite. Because his skin had just not been used to anything lower than 12 degrees, and there we were in 2 degrees, and the combination of sweat and wind and everything else. So, he found numerous ways to get injured, Duncan. That was the strangest.
I was going to say, that's a novel one.
Yeah.
But still running into the wind and bowling, though.
Oh, yeah.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
his body let him down on occasion, but he'd run in if he could.
Not sure how Wes Agar is feeling after flying in from Adelaide, but he's outside the off stump there to Tom Wesley. He's on 54, Brown 48.
From a distance, he's got a bit of kind of Grant Stewart Adonis about him, hasn't he, Wes Agar? I think he's got a mane of hair, and he's a strongly built young man.
He's 26, the
Yeah.
younger of the Agar clan. Essex 141 for 1 here, dominant position. Will, thank you for your email. Says hopefully we do better than at Edgbaston. Another sunny day here in Colwyn Bay, says. Lovely part of the world. Thank you, Will. That's Wes Agar to Wesley on off stump, just defended on the back foot up to mid on. Michael here says, emailing you from a sunny Canterbury city centre.
What?
Not too far away. Is that Canterbury, New Zealand, or yeah?
It's New Zealand, is it?
Not
not
it's
not at this time of day.
No, not far from an eatery that I've seen some of the Kent team frequent from time to time.
Blimey.
Says, I promise I'm not a stalker. No, we're not going to go into a... They call it... I think doxing is there. Have you heard that phrase?
No, is that
It's when
is
you...
that what the kids say?
When you're on the internet or maybe on social media and you reveal too much about where you are or where you live and that you could be tracked down. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, it
So
kind of makes
perhaps
sense.
if you're famous, that makes a difference. But that's what I'm looking back at Alice.
Well, I looked at Alice as well. And
Yeah.
she just pulled a face that says she doesn't know what you're on about.
Okay, fair enough.
Not for the first
All
time
right,
today.
this is an internet term. Enjoying watching the live feed while working from home. Yes, working, although probably not as hard as I should be. Well, I think work smart, not hard. That's what I say, Michael, as your life coach. Really enjoying the footage, he says, but hoping Kent can make some further breakthroughs soon. The last thing we need is Essex to pile on some runs when we're a batter light in Joe Denley. Great to hear from you, Michael, and glad to hear you'll be with us this summer as well. Frank from a not-so-exotic Rochester. Come now. He's got a castle. Is Agar to Wesley.
Yeah, we've
Held in
got a
the onside,
cathedral.
single-ticking.
We got a cathedral in Canterbury. You can keep your castle.
Oh, blimey.
I'll see your castle and I'll raise you a cathedral.
Poor old Frank. Shots fired. He was already being self-deprecating.
I know.
Unpopular opinion, I know, he says, but with Everton doing so well with bat and ball and showing much promise, even if Darren Stevens was here with a full-strength squad, you may well be surplus. Crikey, talk about shots fired there. You're a brave man to say it, Frank, but Joey Everson has started the season really well.
He has. Steve-O would have had 7 for now. He loves bowling against Essex. They'd be 100 for 7, Steve-O 6 for.
Here's Agar around the wicket to Brown. Oh, it's edged, but just slow as he played that actually, but low towards third slip, never carrying to Jack leaning.
Did well leaning.
Outside part of the bar.
It
But
landed
yes,
about
stopped
a
it.
foot in front of him, and he got a hand on it to stop it, going for 4. But it's incredibly frustrating for Agar and Kent, because
just-
that was a genuine edge.
He's pulled out the shot, has he?
Yeah,
Brown has
maybe, and that's
gone
probably
off, yeah.
why it didn't quite carry. It might.
Yeah.
Sometimes you kind of abort and it just takes a bit of sting. You don't go hard at it, but you've got 3 slips there waiting. And to be fair, Billings has done well to keep 3 slips in here at 142 for 1. You could understand if the field was spread more, but he's keeping his catches in 4 moments like that, and it didn't quite happen.
Agar comes round the wicket, bowls to Brown. It's up on his toes this time into the offside. 142 for 1. Essex at the end of that over. So dominating on day 1 here. Before I forget, you were talking to Ben Compton. You gave us a teaser just before lunch.
Yes, I'm sure thousands of people have held on for this
about his
story.
approach.
His
to-
approach. Yeah. So we did this at the dinner and spoke to the likes of Richard Ellison and Chris Cowdery and other legends of the different vintage, and then spoke to some of the Kent players. Just walked around the room and spoke to Sam Billings and spoke to Ben Compton. And I asked him about kind of the Bazball approach, and as someone that scored a lot of runs last year and has England aspirations, you know, how do you gel your game with what England might be looking for? And he said, look, he doesn't want to go away from what has made him successful last year. He knows his game pretty well now, and he's not going to suddenly start dancing down the wicket and hitting the opening bowlers back over their head from ball 1. But he also, I thought, was quite interesting because he said he is looking to find ways to score more quickly as Gilchrist is bowling to Wesley. That's a good line and length and left alone. Gets a hands above his head clap from the skipper behind the stumps. So yeah, he said it's important that I keep working at my game, and part of that is scoring more fluently and being able to put pressure back on the bowler. He said, but that I've got to do that in my way, not necessarily try and kind of ape Zach Crawley or Ben Stokes or anybody else, which I thought was a really mature way of looking at it. He wasn't saying, no, I'm against it, I'm just doing my thing. He just said he's got to find his way. And this one is turned into the leg side. It'll be a single as Agar fields at wide mid-on.
And he's been phenomenal success for Kent, obviously, from their scouting, and then played so much second 11 cricket and very little county championship cricket, but he also scores runs against very good attacks. He's not just punishing the poorer ones. I mean, that Warwickshire, their 5-pronged bowling attack was as good as any, I would say, in the country, and he's scored, I think, tons against Lancashire last year as well.
Absolutely. So Gilchrist round the wicket to Nick Brown, and he's driving. Agar will field, there's no run. Yeah, I did a dinner the other day with Mike Atherton and Marcus Trescothick, assistant coach. Obviously, get his eye. He just done some work with Johnny Bairstow at Lords. He came down yesterday to work with Zach Crawley here. And he was asking after both Zach Crawley and particularly Ben Compton. He said, have you seen much of him play? Because we're aware he's scoring a lot of runs. You know, I said I hadn't seen him play a lot, but knew a bit about him, and I was obviously very positive in the feedback. But as Brown is solidly behind, and there's no run. But good to know, you know, from his point of view, that they are talking about him and thinking about. I haven't relayed that information to him because I haven't seen him yet, but you know, I think he will be aware that people are talking about him, and England have him, you know, as they would have with a few. Probably Hasib Hamid, who's getting runs today. There'll be 1 or 2 that are on their radar that will be watching more closely than others. It's Nick Brown. Hold his arms again.
I mean, there's every reason to. I suppose what counts against him, if anything does, was he's at the ripe old age of 28, but also he hasn't played that much county cricket early in his career. But he's certainly proving what he can do in this season and a bit. Yeah, cloudy skies and also not too great for Kent. 143 for 1. Essex make that 147 for 1 as yet another boundary disappears off an Essex bat. Nick Brown goes to 52. His captain, Tom Wesley, has 56. Earlier, Alistair Cook, the former England captain, 39 from 30 balls. Uncharacteristically brisk from him. They really have found this pitch to their liking, Essex. They won the toss, elected to bat first, and that's worked very well for them. Kent struggling to make anything happen on what's a pretty flat pitch here, giving plenty have helped the batters and little to the bowlers. Just the 1 wicket to fall so far. That's a debutant, Wes Agar, who's flown from Adelaide to be here in a very brisk and chilly Canterbury and watching Kent concede loads of runs. Let's hope he's not regretting it. They're certainly not regretting signing him. As I said, he did take that 1 wicket. A great ball to Alistair Cook, but at the moment is Essex leading here by some way, you would say, on points. 147-4-1 on the first day of the County Championship match with Kent here, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And it's Agar to Wesley, and just straying leg and middle, and that's clipped past Sam Billings for 4 runs. Glanced down the leg side. 150 up now. Just landmark after landmark here for Essex with the bat, and 151 for 1, and these are hard yards for Kent. And somebody ringing us. There we go. That's nice. 4 then off the first ball of the over.
Just haven't been able to stem it, have they? They
No.
can't stem this run rate at all at the moment. It's frustrating, and Sam Billings wants to keep these catches in because he knows that taking wickets is the best chance.
As Agar comes in to Wesley and drives that beautifully between stumps and mid-on. And on drive for 4. And again, just a little full, I suppose, from Agar.
I thought it was a great shot, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it was full, but it wasn't a half volley. And it's a quality cricket stroke. So the only kind of caveat I'd say to this morning and a bit of play is that this could be an absolute belter of a pitch. So we'll find out obviously when Kent bat on it in their first innings. That didn't seem to be the case at Edgbaston when Warwickshire's runs were not replicated by Kent.
Agar to Wesley, and that's up to mid-on, and there's no run. Once again, I suppose at a Warwickshire, which was a decent pitch, albeit they were playing against a fantastic attack, that scoreboard pressure that we talk about so often, and obviously rain delays and that sort of thing made it difficult, I suppose, for continuity for the batters. But it looks like they're going to be in that same position again. They are going to have to react to a big score.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a bit of time, isn't there? Things can suddenly start to happen in the afternoon, and they've still got time to turn things around to some extent. But yeah, I mean, if Essex do put a monumental score on the board.
It's Agar to Wesley, who ducks underneath that bouncer from the Australian, and there's no run.
So I quite like this. So it's the first time that Kent have kind of had a plan of sorts that's a bit different from just top of off stump. There's 2 men back. Wes Agar bowled I think I've seen 3 bouncers so far in this innings. That was a legitimate bouncer with 2 men back, and it's just give Wesley something different to think about. If you just go out there on your merry way, scoring at nearly a run a ball, unfurling a whole array of strokes, well, throw a punch back. A couple of bumpers, a couple of men back on the hook. Just get him thinking.
Grey overhead now as Agar bowls to Wesley on his toes, just thumping that up to mid-off, and there is no run. It looks like it's closing slightly. Obviously there's plenty of breeze anyway.
Bringing it in from Belgium.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's always been the chance. I mean, even watching the TV forecast this morning, there was definitely a chance of rain this afternoon from 3ish. So we'll see. Might skirt us.
Well, when Whitstable's vice-captain is putting on our club WhatsApp group that what's going to happen at training tonight if we get a bit of rain, that...
As Agar bowls to Wesley, rolls the wrists as he flicks that out to mid-wicket, fielded by Kadri, and that's a single. Essex at the end of the over, 156-4-1. Wesley has 65, Brown has 52 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Essex, and I'll make way for Alice Davidson-Richards to join David Fulton.
Well, I am looking at a map of Great Britain. Alice, as she gets hooked up, and the map of Great Britain would suggest it's scorcho all over the country, bar the southeast. So that rain coming in from Belgium, obviously going to take a bit longer to get west as it moves in from the east. But Hull, sunshine. Manchester, sunshine. Cardiff, sunshine. Belfast, Edinburgh, Inverness, sunshine. London, rain, which is a bit depressing.
Quite depressing.
Yeah.
Kent
Even
would probably
sunshine at St Helier in the Channel Islands. Look. Here's Gilchrist, 17 on his back. He's full and straight, and he's being clipped just for one by Tom Wesley. Comes into some fielding. Did you lunch well?
I lunched well. Did you lunch well?
Yeah, packed lunch, made it myself earlier.
I just popped round and got a sandwich. Nothing too wild.
Sainsbury's or the Lime Tree Cafe, other establishments are available.
Other establishments are
Okay.
available, but I did go to Sainsbury's.
Okay.
Just round the corner.
Gilchrist persevering with this around the wicket line to the left-handed Brown, and is on a line and length, and whenever he has found a line and length, Brown has been more than equal to it with a forward defensive. Yeah, a bit of dark, more menacing looking clouds coming in. Usually the clouds come over the Colin Cowdrey stand, but I think they're coming the other way with this breeze, and yeah, I mean, nothing too threatening just at the moment, but the forecast is for a bit of rain a bit later. So Brown defends back up the pitch, this time off the back foot. There's no run.
Bit similar to the Kent bowling display at the moment. Nothing too threatening so far.
Oof.
Oosh. Fire's blown. Fire shot. It's just not consistent enough, as you said. Leaked a few too many runs this morning. Got the catches in, but they've also got the field spread just to try and slow down the runs a little bit. They've got change in field at the moment.
Yeah, interesting change in field. Jack Leading has gone from third slip to leg slip. So they might, and there's 2 men back on the hook. Daniel Budrum's just in front of square. This one is a bouncer, and Brown has nothing to do with it. But again, Kent just thinking, might need to make something happen, because we've gone for line and length, and they're scoring at over 4s, so let's try something different.
I think it's a good option. I mean, you get to the stage where there's not a lot happening off the pitch so far. There isn't a lot of swing in the ball. So why don't we just go at the head for a little bit? See what happens if we go a bit shorter.
Well, what it can do as well, the umpires are now having a chat. I hope this is not about the light, because it's pretty gloomy out there. But when you're smashing it to all parts and there's a crowd in, and it's kind of, we've been waiting quite a lot of months for this cricket season to get underway. You want to see some play. Obviously, the safety of players is paramount, but no one seems in any great danger. They're going to carry on.
Now the Bastards also look like they're relatively keen to just keep on batting.
Yeah, here's Gilchrist. This one is again short, and Brown once again ducks underneath it. I mean, sometimes if the light is a bit iffy and a fielding side you want to go off, you might just go for this tactic, because you whistle one past the batsman's nose, it does focus the mind of an umpire from a safety perspective. But David Mills, Nigel Long, very happy at the moment to stay out there, although Nigel Long is looking at where the weather's coming from, and he looks cold. Not a lot of fat on him, Nigel, never was when he played. He's still a lean physique. He'll probably be feeling the cold. This one pushed to mid-on, and Nigel Long walks briskly in.
Yeah, not let his post-cricket career get to him.
So Zach Crawley running after Nathan Gilchrist. A couple of words of wisdom, a little low 5. Good over, like what I've seen. Always a nice spirit in this bunch. You know, they've obviously won a couple of trophies last couple of years, but they're a real good bunch. You know, lucky to know most of them a little bit, some of them better than others, but really impressed with the kind of the environment, the culture, the things that go on off the field. Maybe a bit more line and length and a bit more drawing up the runs, but there's a lot to like about this Kent outfit.
So there you go, comes into bowl. Wesley outside off, leaves it well alone. Yeah, it helps when they're all similar ages, because you have the young group and you have the slightly older group, and then it's blending the two groups together.
Yeah.
Helps if you got a whole bunch of guys that are all similar ages, because then they tend to get on quite well and feed off each other and do all the right things.
Yeah.
Usually.
It is true as well, because I remember when I retired, you kind of get this. This is almost like a different language being spoken. The music's suddenly different, and you find yourself becoming increasingly dinosaur-like.
There you go to Wesley again, outside off, left well alone, not tempting him in that one. Yeah, no, that's something that I can really relate to at the moment, because at the ripe old age of 28, I am the second oldest in the South East Stars team. And some of the things that they chat, we were speaking about Alexa Stonehouse earlier. Some of the things that come out of her mouth, I just do not understand some of the words.
Yeah.
And she'll say something and I'm like, Lex, you have to translate that for me. You have to translate that into old person speak, thank you.
She says at the ripe old age of 28.
I just don't understand them. And they're all into TikTok and all that sort of stuff. Agar into bowl. Bit tighter to the off stump this time, again left well alone by Tom Wesley there.
Yeah, that's on the money, isn't it? That's where Kent haven't been quite enough today. That was threatening the off stump. Good leave actually from Wesley. I don't think a leave always gets the credit it deserves, but that was good judgment, especially with the slope, because it can nip down the slope and clip the top of the off stump. So he left it well, but Agar in a good area.
Yeah, much better from him in that one, I think.
You've got to join. You've got to do that 5 out of 6, 6 out of 6, not kind of 1 or 2 out of 6 with a 4 ball thrown in.
No, sometimes gone a bit too straight or a bit too full and wide. Agar in again to Wesley. Again, that channel a bit shorter this time. Sam Billings didn't quite see it, dropped it.
Just hover, didn't it? It wobbled. One of those sometimes when they whistle past the batsman, they just get that little kind of hover wobble. It looked like a nasty one to take, but it definitely an effort ball. He bent his back, so it's find out a little bit about your men that you're overseas. This is obviously he's been around for a week or so, Wes Agar, but this is his first outing, and he'll want to impress the Kent fans, the Kent skipper, his teammates, and he's certainly looking to bend his back here, try and make something happen for his new team. Yeah,
definitely. He's been walking around with just short shirt sleeve on so far. So he's into Wesley again, outside off. Solid channel. This time didn't bounce Sam Billings, so collecting by his ankles. Yeah, he's been walking around in just a t-shirt so far. Questioning him a lot.
Yeah.
That's you try and show your character. There are different ways of doing it.
Yeah, put a jumper on, Wes. You're from South Australia. It's 5 degrees with a wind chill factor.
It's not quite Adelaide here, pal.
No, but hopefully he'll put a jumper on at the end of his spell. I mean, if he wasn't to bowl second innings because he's gone in the back, it'd be like, that northeasterly.
That northeasterly did it. That's the one that did it. So he comes into Wesley for the last ball of the over. Again, outside off, a little bit too wide this time, but again through for a dot. So that's a maiden over by Agar, who's bowled 12 overs, 4 maidens so far for 39 runs and the 1 wicket.
Yeah, I think he's given a decent account of himself. He was a little bit expensive first up to Alistair Cook, but he got his man. He's sporting the number 8 shirt, which I think used to be worn by Matt Milnes. I think he was number 8. And shirt fits him nicely. He's an athletic build, isn't he? He's got that kind of, that mane of hair. There's a certain kind of Grant Stewart look from a distance.
Most definitely. It's do I go for the size smaller shirt just to show off?
This is what I was alluding at. I think it's a shirt that he's probably gone, I'm a large, but if we could get kind of maybe the small...
Sneak into a medium,
maybe medium great. Small. And it looks good on him.
It suits you.
He works out well. Here's Nathan Gilchrist, who's taller and leaner, but no less effective. This one back of a length. Nick Brown plays it down the pitch.
I think sometimes as a fast bowler you can just end up being too big.
Yeah,
so you're meant to be strong. You're meant to be fast, a fast bowler.
Yeah, meant to be lithe. I thought you meant supple. I remember having this chat with Alan Mullally on a beach in Perth once, which is nice work if you can get it. And so Nick Brown turns it away down the fine leg. We're both playing overseas in Perth. Alan Mullally hailed from that neck of the woods originally, I think, and was back out there. And I was overseas proing at University of West Australia and just bumped into him on a nice beach, sometimes as you do, and asked him how he was going. And he was
as you do in Australia.
Yeah, as you do. And he said, well, I'm not going great. And he said, I'm doing too much gym. I said, okay. He said, yeah, he got a bit muscle bound, and he was always quite lean, but he'd obviously been working out, and he had those kind of long levers and naturally flowing action, and where he'd gone to the gym and tried to bulk up, it'd taken a yard off him in terms of pace.
Really?
Yeah, because he hadn't got that suppleness.
The mobility.
Yeah, that mobility just got a bit stiff in his kind of pecs and delts, so he was laying off the weights and rediscovered a bit of pace. I think it depends on the kind of bowler you are. If you're Stuart Broad, I wouldn't have thought he would be going for the heavy weights. He had that same kind of build. Here's Gilchrist, who is cut from that similar cloth, and he's been turned away down to fine leg. I think if you're someone like mentioned Duncan Spencer earlier, or someone who's a shorter, stockier build. I'm trying to think who that might be around the traps, but then sometimes that gym work and that power that you can get in the gym can be a real positive. But I think you need to train for your body type, don't you, without wanting to get too sciencey.
Yeah. Well, you got Mark Wood, who's not that tall, but he's quite wiry still as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's trying to find the fine balance of being strong but not too big to do your job.
Yeah, this one is, I think there's an appeal. Just for a second, Brown had flicked it down the leg side, and you feel that Kent need a bit of a break. A little leg side strangle might be the way to go. But, David Milne's not interested.
Yeah, looks a bit pleading from Nathan Gilchrist. Sam Billings didn't really look that interested at all.
Bounced though, didn't it? It had a bit of zip about it, albeit slightly misdirected. That's not a bad line if you get your leg slip back in. That one under the rib can turn around the corner, but with 3 slips in, I'd suggest that was slightly off target.
The umpires are having a chat again, gathering in the middle.
Just put the lights on. If it's about the light, put the lights on, carry on. I don't know if there's... I'm surprised they're not up, the lights. They normally are. Is it? I don't know if it's because it's so windy, or... I don't know if Matt...
When it comes to these sorts of things, I can't say I pay
I'm
too much
looking at
attention.
Matt. He's tapping away on his phone. He probably can't hear us, but I'm just wondering if you know about the light situation, Matt. They're wandering off, but the floodlights are not on. Is that... There's no stipulation this year about light? Too windy. Yeah, that was my initial thought. Might be too windy to put to have them fully up, the floodlights, but this is a bit of a blow, particularly to Essex. I think Kent at this moment, a little respite wouldn't do them any harm. 159 for 1. We're coming off a bad light here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, and the floodlights are not in use. Now maybe that's because of the cost of electricity these days, and Kent have gone, you know what, we're not putting our 50p in the meter. We've got to pay our players and our staff, and we are not turning the lights on. I am obviously being slightly facetious, but normally you'd expect the lights to come on. That doesn't mean to say that you can't go off for bad light, even with the floodlights on, but the ground staff, and who'd envy them on a day like today, because that cover they're going to have to affix. It is billowing in the wind. So good morning for Essex, and they've continued after lunch. This partnership is worth 116. Nick Brown is 53 from 121. Tom Wesley is 67 off 87. And Kent haven't had too many answers.
No, this little break might do Kent a little bit good, break out the rhythm of the Essex batsmen, because it's a nightmare when you're a batter and you have to go off, you're forced off whilst you're just feeling quite good. You don't want to break up the nice rhythm that you have. So yeah, no, it might work in Kent's favour coming off, and breaking up the play might come out onto the field with a few more ideas like they did with the short ball tactics for a little bit, and yeah, it could work in Kent's favour, but the covers are getting pinned not onto the actual wicket, just next to the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, if they were worried about, they'd probably have the bigger covers, the wheelie covers will come and cover the pitch. But okay, yeah, we have information from inside the press box, BBC sources, and yeah, they shall remain nameless. But too windy for the floodlights is what they believe in the press box. So that does make sense, because it is pretty blustery out there. So no lights on, and we are off for bad light. It's looking pretty gloomy, so we're going to take a little bit of a break with Essex bossing things at the moment. 159 for 1. As soon as there's any prospect of play, we'll be back with you. Thanks for your company. But for me, Dave Fulton, and the rest of the team, Les Davison Richards, we will bid you farewell for now.
We are back on the. Well, we're not back on the field. We're back in the commentary positions, but the players are back on the field. It's got mighty blustery out there, a bit grey as well. They've been coming off. They came off. Well, 5-10 minutes ago for bad light. 159 for 1 Essex. They probably wouldn't have minded these batters staying out there in any kind of conditions. I'm Matt Cole alongside me. South East Stars. Well, I should say Kent South East Stars and England all-rounder Alice Davidson-Richards, and we've watched some pretty sumptuous batting today and a bowling attack struggling to make breakthroughs, I think.
Yeah, there have been some lovely shots through covers by Nick Brown and lovely shots through the leg side by Wesley. Gilchrist coming in but having to pull out just because of a massive gust of wind.
Yeah, I was going to say it'll be an issue, won't it, for the bowlers in their run-ups, and Gilchrist coming up the slight slope from the pavilion end. Will bowl now to Brown, and he'll leave that just outside off stump. That's a decent delivery first up, actually, just outside the off stump. It's left by Brown. It's a good leave. Not doing much off the seam, so through to the wicket-keeper. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Perfectly timed for them and for us. With Pat Marsh's show on BBC Radio Kent this afternoon. Just back on after a spell of bad light, Pat. The floodlight pylons can't go up here at Kent either because of high winds, health and safety implications of that. Having said that, Essex would have liked to bat on in any conditions, I think, here. They're 159 for 1. They won the toss, elected to bat. That looks a fine decision indeed. As I said, already building a massive first innings in potential at least. 2 half-centurions out there at the moment. Tom Wesley, the captain, on 67. Nick Brown has 53, the one man to go, former England captain. Alistair Cook, 39 he got from 30 balls. Uncharacteristically brisk, but that's the way this pitch is playing. Wicket taken by Wes Agar, the first on debut for Kent of the Australian international, who's pounding in from the Nackington Road end now. It has been Essex's day all over the place so far. Hint of rain in the air, we'll see where that goes, but commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Well, obviously where it goes is down from the clouds, presumably to the ground. That's the normal, isn't it? I think
it's a normal direction.
It is a normal, yeah.
No,
I probably should have explained that just in case listeners didn't get it. 159 for 1, and
be quite hard for them to not understand that.
I think, our listeners are
surely clued on to that.
Astonishing intelligence of the people out there. I'm not just flattering them so they don't criticise me too much, but that's it's worth a try.
Worth a try. Flattery always works. So Agar into Wesley. On the uppish, a few cries of catch it, but no, just dropped just below, just short of Daniel Bell-Drummond there at extra cover. Other than that, it's been relatively plain sailing for both these batters so far. Not many chances in the slips at all. Kent still persevering with 2 slips and a gully. Both slips have snooze on to just below their eyes and have the hand warming pockets as well. Agar to Wesley, bit short straight, but Wesley couldn't get it round the corner far enough, so it's another dot ball.
I'll ask about these hand warmers because I've seen, if you watch any American football, quarterbacks quite often in the freezing temperatures. You've seen that as well?
I was about to say, I think that's where they've pinched it from. I think that's where the ideas come from, because quarterbacks, all they do is kind of stand around and then throw a ball occasionally.
Well, they might argue with that, but yes, I think that's essentially it, though, isn't it?
I mean,
you're absolutely right. They need to keep their hands warm.
I watch cricket, which is a long game, but NFL is a long game. As Agar comes into bowl, Wesley outside off, left well alone. Wesley bowling a lot wider to Tom Wesley this set after lunch. Whether he was trying to drag him outside the off and then go for a straight one, not sure. But yeah, he's definitely bowling a lot wider, whereas the short ball was used by Nathan Gilchrist a lot more from the other end.
It's fair to say with your NFL quarterbacks as well, they can be throwing in pretty harsh conditions. So
yeah, we'll give them that one.
Minus
we'll
figures
give them
and
that
wind chill,
one.
etc. So
I only recently found out that an NFL team has 2 teams within the team, or technically 3 teams within the team. Zagar comes into bowl. outside off again, a little bit of swing away up the hill. Lovely ball there from Ashton Agar, left well alone by Tom Wesley. Again, another dot, so that's 5 dots so far from the over.
I mean, people talk about cricket. I mean, what a weird old game, because if you're a batter and a pair out there, you're putting your feet up. But if you're a punter, for instance, I'm going to go for that. On special teams in American football, you might only get to punt once or twice in a 3-hour game.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely
So
nuts.
it's 2 kicks.
It's nuts.
It's crazy, isn't it? Very specialist, I would say.
It's very niche.
Yeah.
If anybody asks me what my job is, I'll just say I play a glorified game of catch, chase. So Agar running down the hill. Outside off, a lot of swing this time, causing Sam Billings to dive, but again another dot. That is a maiden by Wes Agar, the 5th that he's bowled this morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure how our listeners will respond to that, but you are a professional cricketer, so you're entitled to call it what you want.
Yeah, no.
But you're right, people won't understand the intricacies of the game.
No, they often
You're gonna
don't.
boil it
but
down to a...
yeah,
yeah.
If somebody asks me what my job is, I'll just say I chase the ball around the field for a few hours, which is technically true. Do spend quite a few hours chasing the ball around the field.
Yeah.
I find it more fun than that, but how they interpret it is how they take it.
It's a difficult topic, and many listeners out there may have tried to try that with their friends and relations. How they describe the wonders of cricket, but through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. I was challenged again, as at the start of every season, with your radio stations, people who don't understand cricket. So what's the appeal? That's the first question. Start of the season, you go on your first update. What's the appeal of cricket? And I said, well, certainly 4-day cricket. I tried to describe it, and I came up with, and this may not be any good at all. This year, I came up with this line: is Gilchrist to Brown, and he defends this. I mean, if you compare Championship cricket or Test cricket to, the 1-day or T20, this is more like reading a good novel. It's got its twists and turns out over a period of time.
I agree.
Whereas a T20 is perhaps like a great tweet or something like that. Perhaps that's not the right thing.
A one-liner.
Yeah. Oh, that even better. Yeah, a great one-liner joke. Absolutely. As the ball's played into the offside.
Yeah, you can have that. The
Dot
Championship
ball. I like
ones.
that. Thank you. Well, what would you say? It's just, I'm not going to crib off you. Obviously,
No,
but
that's fine.
I'm just going to write this down.
50 over 2020 or one-liners.
One-liners.
Yeah.
Well, certainly
and then,
T20 or the 100's got to be one-liner. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. And then the Championships
Yeah.
ones where somebody goes off on this extravagant story and
Yeah.
it's a bit of sadness, a bit of good stuff, and then right at the end you get the punchline.
We were talking about Ben Compton before lunch.
Like a
and that's
Peter Kay sketch or something like that.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Gilchrist to Brown. So I'm just holding because I've seen some rain on the windows, but there we are. It's dot ball. It's getting gloomy again. Yeah, perhaps I shouldn't have gone for books. Perhaps I should have gone like performance. So yeah, good one-liner. Like your one-dayer is more like a sketch, maybe.
Yeah,
Or a TV program, maybe episode of a TV program.
Episode of Friends, not about 20 minutes.
It's, and this is square of the wicket. Bear with us, listeners. We're getting there. This is like being in the writers' room for me. Just like bouncing ideas off Alice Davidson Richards, who obviously has a great idea of this. And your long form is more like a film. He's taking you on a journey.
It's pretty much like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, I reckon. Sometimes it feels like it.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, except yeah.
I say that as a Lord of the Rings fan, which probably some of my friends, well, quite a lot of my friends aren't, but I'm happy to admit that I am.
I'm loving that. So that like a five match series like the Ashes, men's Ashes, is like
basically like the Lord
all
of the Rings
films together.
Yeah,
brilliant. Thank you for that. Edge. Oh, it's gone high past third slip. That really was travelling. Nathan Gilchrist, as he might. Head in hands. I don't think Jack Leaning can be criticised for that, because it absolutely rocketed off the edge and above him and has gone for 4. But that was a chance, and I think there's a high possibility there's going to be another weather delay here, and that would have been lovely for Ken just to strike just before the weather closed in, wouldn't it? But
that would have been a magical time to get Tom Wesley. He was looking down at the floor, berating himself immediately after doing it. But if Jack Leaning took that catch, that would have been an absolute screamer. I think he just managed to tip it over the crossbar unfortunately flew through to him at quite a height as well.
And we are off again, and this time it's rain as well as bad light as one Kent field. Have they just dispatched Zach Crawley to go and get the ball? I think they have. Poor old Zach is. Oh, he's near my car there. Oh, that's all right.
Still there, still
I think
looking.
he's given up on it.
He has absolutely no idea where the ball is.
And
Still,
now it's raining. Oh no,
he's on the floor.
he's on the floor. He's looking under the cars or under the covers. I think he is.
Looking to the left.
This
looking
is
to the
England,
right.
Zach Crawley. This is the way that cricket works. There's no wrapping these players up in cotton wool. If this was an international footballer, he'd have a retinue, wouldn't he, of people to go and look for this ball. But it's Zach Crawley, good man. He's scrabbling around beyond the trees there, in the bushes, looking for a cricket ball. I do think he's going to give up fairly soon, though.
Yeah, he's now starting to walk back towards. I just think he's looking in the wrong place. I think he shouldn't have been between those two cars. I think he should be in between the next two cars.
Right.
He hasn't got anybody there to help him out. Whereas in football, he would have had the opposition ball boy chucking it the other way.
It's true. He's just shrugged and raised his palms out wide. No one has responded whatsoever. I think the ground staff are going to go and look for it now, but poor old Zach's out there looking for the ball. I have to say, in microcosm, that might actually sum up Kent's day, looking for the ball and not finding it. 164 for 1 Essex so far. It's grey and some rain has definitely come in now. The umpire's coming off slowly. They've taken a light reading at that time, but with the rain, it's definitely not going to be play at the moment. We might be off for a few minutes here. So we will call this off as the last man coming off the field. Zach Crawley will be off shortly, and I hope he warms up in the dressing room. But Essex have made a great start this match, winning the toss, electing to bat 164 for 1. Alistair Cook went for 39. Court Billings bowled Agar in the 9th over of the day. We would have just been starting the 42nd. With Nick Brown on 54, Tom Wesley on 71. Great day so far for the visitors at Canterbury. We will rejoin you when the players take the field once again. From me, Matt Cole, from Alice Davidson Richards, Glenn Speller and David Fulton, we hope to speak to you soon.